yo. There's... Nice. Better Twitch.tv has works now on YouTube. That is cool. It's very cool. How does it feel to play Apex more than some Apex pros? I don't play Apex, but I guess that's the joke. I actually read your the thing you linked me about Realm and like their crypto whatever. I still don't fully understand why they need a blockchain to store their information, but I guess they're using blockchain to store their information. I don't know what to say. I would need to be more familiar with what they're actually doing. Oh yeah, let me load up Discord. Oh yeah, by the way, I need to I was busy with the vet and stuff. I need to promote my new TikTok account. I got banned from TikTok. For those who have not been following my TikTok account, I got banned for daring to upload videos. Well, I uploaded videos that were critical of Mr. Andrew Tate, but it turns out that they don't want any videos of Andrew Tate, critical or uncritical. So yeah, I made a new account. I'm gonna go that route. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, announce the stream. Banned from TikTok from calling out and criticizing food content creators. I wish it was something as meaty as that, but no, it wasn't even, I hadn't uploaded any Andrew Tate videos in a while too, because I knew it was like bannable. I left the old videos up. Turns out they were not happy with that, with leaving the old videos up, I mean. They're reflecting EA not wanting crypto-funded tournaments as the reason they're getting shut down, but instead saying it's just because the players don't want to play. I don't understand that statement, though. The article you linked me doesn't mention anything about EA not wanting... Like, has EA done a press release where they state, hey, we don't want to be associated with crypto? I know EA had their own, like, crypto / NFT type video game plans eventually in cooking. EA has a strict no crypto funding rule. Really? There should be a source for that, right? Okay, so already in February 2022, EA CEO said NFTs were the future of the industry. Now he's not so sure. EA's chief executive Andrew Wilson appeared to back away from crypto in an earnings call on Tuesday. Okay, yeah, so they ditched the NFTs, which I obviously, you know, NFTs were super, like, fucking crashed in value and all that stuff. Cutnoid is an Apex reporter. Okay. Last night, Realm tagged me saying I had access to an alpha. I don't. In fact, I don't even know what that's referring to. But I can confirm through sources that Realm expressed interest in paying players in crypto, which EA prohibits. Oh, Electronic Arts. Prohibited sponsors and partners. Your tournament may not be sponsored by companies that sell or promote any products or services related to the following: cryptocurrency companies and or websites promoting relating to the trade of cryptocurrency. Ooh, snap. Yeah, of course. Is there a particular reason why you censored the word crypto? Genuinely curious. Bot swarms. Okay, this is like when you. Okay, I totally get this now. I understand this now as a small time Twitch streamer. When I posted tweets that mentioned in any way Twitch or emotes or whatever, I get like 10 botted artist accounts spamming me, like trying to sell me a commission. I imagine with crypto it's only worse, honestly. EA's... Okay, so this is from EA's competitive gaming tournament guidelines. Alright. Someone's correcting Cutnoid here. Alpha is a term used in finance that refers to excess value generated over the market. So by saying you had the real alpha or whatever it was, your content and reporting were being compared favorably to John. A lol all around. Wow, that is lol. Yeah, wait, is that real? Why the hell would you use that kind of language to tell someone, hey, I like your reporting? That is insane. Screenshot here. Source. Here's a screenshot of the Realm GG's official statement to the pro players in EMEA and NA, confirming they will be canceling / postponing both solo queue and team queue. I mean, to be fair, getting paid in crypto, especially some like random no-name crypto, that's not a good deal for the pro gamers. Wait, is the music? The music's probably too loud. Wait, let me lower it. Realm was widely speculated to have been backed by Canadian cryptocurrency. Oh, Canadians too. Ooh. Yikes. Not Canadians. The only thing worse than Canadians are French Canadians. With reported plans for using crypto and other blockchain services as part of their business model for Apex Legends, speculations are surfacing that this may be a cause for their exit. Just so this doesn't come as too much of a shock, we'll be canceling pausing the solo queue after today. Our feedback from the community is not working out. We're also going to put a hold on team queue, which we had already planned to launch. Season 17 rank changes. There's lots of exciting content coming to Apex for you to grind. Thank you for playing Realm. As an aside, we'll start paying you out over the next week or two. Wait, what's the... How... Wait, this... How does this work that people get paid for playing on some like private server network? That makes no sense. Like on Faceit, you pay to play on Faceit. You don't get paid for playing it on it. I guess that's for that's only for the tournaments they organize. But then why then they're not paying out the players? They should only be paying out like tournament winners. I don't know. This is so weird. It was a daily payout for the top player of the day. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've been knowing that at some point something like this would happen because there's no return on investment, and at the end of the day, it's a business. But having something as great as Realm definitely took our minds off how awful the game is a little bit. Thank you, Realm, for being so great. Is Watson said this was an issue from day one. Another Watson W. Okay. I think I didn't click the last tweet you linked. Realm is currently trying to play it off as pros just don't want to play, which is true. However, pro players are playing less because they keep getting players who don't know drop spots, don't know loot pathing, then still have the gall to countercall the pro players. Okay, look. If you want to play with people and have a guarantee on their knowledge of the game, you just queue with your friends. I mean, you can't... There can be no such thing as complaining about the people you get randomly matched with. That just doesn't work. Then when pro players get out of the elo hell of having to play with those players, there's a weekly reset. Oh, so that explains it. I saw another tweet, or like you were talking about the reset earlier. Yo, thanks for the gnome, Nabbles. You were talking about the reset earlier. I understand better now. Yeah, a weekly reset is way too often. Just do fucking seasons like everyone else does. And ironically, Nabbles, I realized something. The gnome sound alert is an actual dopamine fix for me. It's like it's like the notification meme. I hear it, I know someone's interacting in chat with me. I enjoy it. I appreciate it. They aren't really complaining about having to play that. It's just that the moment they no longer have to play with them, they get like 1 day of good game. Yeah, I understand that. And that's too little. Yeah, it should be at least a month or like a couple months. And just do like Valorant does 3 months, I think, before you you get, and you don't really get reset. You just get you don't really get reset, actually. Oh, this is the real alpha anyway. Okay, this is the real alpha thing. We will dispel one rumor in the meantime. Don't let fake news Fallout fool you. This decision has nothing to do with crypto. Cutnoid has the real alpha anyways. Oh no. Oh no, the finance bro lingo. Oh no, it really is what this guy was telling Cutnoid. Alpha is a term used in finance. Oh no, that's so cringe. Question for the community. Why are we okay with funding a tourney or league from crypto money that for all we know is money laundering? I don't know, man. You don't know it's money laundering either, but crypto transactions are anonymized. They aren't. And decentralized. They are. And largely unregulated. They are. Please send gnomes. Oh god, I found the most cursed gnome yesterday while I was browsing YouTube. This is not safe for work, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I'll be able to find it again. Speaking of YouTube, what browser? What about YouTube? Okay, I had in my recommendations, because I think I clicked on random gnome noises. Yeah, 1 hour of silence broken by gnome noises. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. And then I had it in my recommendation. I had like a super cursed 3D gnome in my recommendations. Are you looking for the gnomed video? Just write gnomed. I'm not looking for the original gnomed video. May check the previous videos we watched. I probably shouldn't do that on stream. I don't think there was anything bad in there, but I actually was thinking when I was actually thinking when I was looking through the when I was listening to those like 10-hour or 1 hour long random noise videos, like how fucking amazing would it be if you're streaming and you just have like 1 hour of random duck quacks playing in the background. I got a YouTube short video of someone ranting about how they were going to get banned off YouTube and TikTok in the next 5 days because they called out food content creators for faking their grilled cheese pulls, which was uploaded 1.5 months ago. What the fuck? The big food creators don't want you to know that one secret. And this is a banger video though. Like, you look at this, 208,000 views. You know those views are deserved, okay? This is the kind of quality content that YouTube needs. And yeah, then I discovered there are a million of those videos, like 1 hour of silence broken up by any random noise. 1 hour of silence occasionally broken by a clown honk. Oh no. This is bringing up the trauma from Barrow Trauma. Yeah. That is the exact sound in Barrow Trauma as well. I had this on while watching Cowboy Bebop. It was really good. Wow, great advice from Zing Zing Jr. 4596. Thank you so much. I love the reverb. Oh, also, Realm updated their mission statement on their website 5 days ago. I'll DM you the previous mission statement and their new one. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm not an Apex player. I'm never gonna play on Realm. The like EA crypto drama was interesting, but I'm not gonna like read their mission statement. Unless you tell me what I'm looking for or what's interesting. If you think there's something that will interest me in there, sure, I'll trust you, but okay. Electronics Arts earnings, blah blah blah. Oh yeah, the NFT stuff. The TLDR is they wanted to create NFTs off of the players in Realm. Oh no! No, dude, why? Okay, that reminds me of something. I've been getting all those ads recently for the shittiest crypto stuff. Like, because I've been reading like manga translations and scans and stuff like that, and those websites are rife with like super bad ads, usually really sexual ones. But for some reason, for a while now, all those ads have been replaced by like super obvious scammy crypto ads. I wanted to turn it into an NFT fantasy esports game. Wow, what a great idea. Oh no, 1 hour of silence occasionally broken up by Lego Yoda death sound. Oh god, no. This one is perfect. 1 hour of silence occasionally interrupted by hee hee. Yeah. Okay. I'm done. Alright. Why are you ever wondering, hey, what does the stream need? It needs more Ukraine news. We haven't talked about Ukraine in a while, and I want to go over this thread live on stream together with everyone. Chris O usually has some interesting info because he's been covering the war. Been following him on Twitter for over a year now. So let's see, what is he sharing with us? The excellent Jan Matviv has done another deep dive into military strategy in Ukraine. This time a look at the geographical considerations of a possible Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south. See below for a translation, long thread ahead. Now, this is interesting to me because I think it's interesting to because this could be like a very real win condition for Ukraine, is cutting off the land bridge between Crimea and eastern Ukraine, because that sets the grounds, that sets the stage for retaking Crimea, because then the only way of sending supplies to Crimea is the bridge. The bridge is fallible. We've already seen the bridge being attacked. So it very, very well could be that would be a huge blow to the Russian operation. From Jan Matviv, the Ukrainian counteroffensive will certainly begin in the near future. What will it be like? It is quite possible that the armed forces of Ukraine will attack in the direction of Melitopol and Crimea. Let's analyze such an offensive's main elements. On the Zaporizhzhia front, Ukrainian forces can advance in two main directions, towards Melitopol and Mariupol. I wrote about the pros and cons of both options here. Today we'll study one of them in detail, the one that I think is preferable. We'll talk about the main aspects of the offensive: the battlefield, opposing forces, attack preparation, the beginning of the breakthrough, key points, difficult moments, the main stages. Now, this is the reason why I think this is interesting is that this puts things in contrast with what's been happening over the past 3 months on the Eastern Front, which has been just a bloody, messy grinder. Bakhmut, where like thousands of people have died in Bakhmut for what both sides are claiming has no strategic worth, which kind of makes you wonder what's going on there. I obviously, strategic worth or not strategic worth, Ukraine doesn't want to give up ground. I understand why they're fighting, but still, it's as someone who supports Ukraine's sovereignty in this whole affair, I would like to see Ukraine come up with a plan that can actually turn things around for them. Kind of like how retaking Kharkiv did. Retaking Kharkiv was a huge victory for Ukraine. So let's see what those analysts think is possible here. I assume that battle will take place on a 70-kilometer wide strip from Kamyanske to Hulyai Pole and further south, possibly gradually shifting to the west. This entire area is completely open and observable. On the other hand, tracked vehicles can easily drive straight across the fields. On the one hand. On the other hand, it'll be easier to detect and destroy them with artillery fire. This is similar to what's happened with Russian tanks near Vuhledar and Avdiivka. The main water obstacle is the Morochna River, but it stretches from north to south, along the direction of the main strike. Reliable crossings over it, although extremely desirable, are not vital. I mean, that depends on how if one side has problems and you need to reinforce it across the river, that could be a problem. I think he's minimizing that, but sure. There's also the Tokmashka River and two small rivers with inlets in Kamyanske and Vasilivka. The other small rivers are easily crossed with a minimal number of engineering devices, which the AFU will certainly have. Let's look at the elevation map as well. Only the left flank has a clear elevation. In general, there is no great need to capture it, although of course this is a convenient position for artillery and it would be nice to get control over it. There's clearly elevation on the left flank as they advance. Okay, this is why is he using right and left? You should just say east flank. Okay, yeah, sure. On the east flank there definitely is elevation. But then you would need additional forces and it would probably be easier to suppress the batteries with airstrikes and HIMARS. The network of relatively good roads is dense, with at least 3 adequate supply routes, among them a large main highway that armored vehicles will not wreck. This is important, among other things, because the roads are convenient for moving troops and armored vehicles. Well, yeah, true, roads obviously are very important. Overall, I would say the battlefield is convenient for a breakthrough and a quick offensive. There are no significant obstacles and the defenders can only cling to populated areas. Once again, this is this is minimizing something that's actually been really important in the war up until now. Saying that minimizing how much of an obstacle troops clinging to a populated area are, is really disingenuous when you've seen how harsh the resistance has been in Mariupol, how much of a thorn in the Russian offensive side a well-defended, populated city can be. It's really, really hard. This war has shown us time and time again, it's really, really hard to take over an urban environment. So, sure, like, the Ukrainians could go for some kind of blitzkrieg strategy where they overextend using armored columns deep towards Melitopol. But at some point, you're still going to have to do something about those cities. Now, maybe you besiege them, you cut off their logistics, you make sure that those troops have no choice but to surrender. That could be an option, but there's risks involved. It's not as simple as like you just break through, go for the quick offensive. On the other hand, the attackers have a disadvantage as well. It is difficult to find a line for an operational pause from where to repel Russian counterattacks. That makes sense. Therefore, the offensive must progress quickly, otherwise the AFU may find itself in uncomfortable positions at a difficult moment. Part 2. Opposing forces. Given the three directions of attack, Vasilivka, Tokmak, and Tokmak, the AFU would need at least 3 mixed mechanized brigades with tanks, self-propelled artillery, and BMPs. Yeah, that makes sense. It would also need fast-wheeled armored vehicles, or the equivalent number of small units. At the same time, it is necessary to have 1 to 2 brigades in reserve in order to send them immediately to the breakthrough where it is possible to overcome the first line. In addition, 3 to 4 motorized infantry brigades are needed to support the offensive and block the enemy in key areas. If the offensive follows the largest possible route, the defense lines would be 200 kilometers long in the west and the east. Yeah. It would be a very expensive operation in terms of manpower and logistics. That's for sure. Ukrainian brigades usually hold a length of 8 to 15 kilometers of front line. The Ukrainians can extend this to 20 using flexible defenses based on population centers, as well as territorial defense brigades, so at least 10 brigades are needed. In total, the AFU needs 6 brigades in the first echelon, 3 more in the second, and approximately 10 in the third. Add artillery, air defense, and support services, and you get a grouping of 130,000 or more, with a basic brigade strength of 6,000. 130,000? That's over half of the original Ukrainian armed forces when the invasion began. That's a huge amount of troops. This would require a reminder, like the Russian invasion started off with 300,000 troops approximately as well. This would require at least 120 to 150 tanks, 1 battalion per mechanized brigade, and 300 plus BMPs and APCs. At the front there is the 128th Separate Mountain Brigade, the 65th Mechanized Brigade, 2 Territorial Defense Brigades, and 3 National Guard Brigades. With 7 units, the line of defense, by the way, is 70 kilometers long. There are no available forces for the offensive. They are now in reserve. What is this quoting? Zaporizhzhia OD, the most significant development in Zaporizhzhia OD over the past 7 weeks was the localized ZSU counterattack south of Orikhiv that managed to push into Novodanilivka, liberating the town. Orikhiv is here. Okay, we can zoom in if you want to actually be able to read this. Like open image in new tab. So they're talking about Orikhiv here, south of Zaporizhzhia. ZSU forces conducted localized offensive action south of Orikhiv towards the end of March. By 24th of March, SVRF reported Ukrainian troops had seized control of Novodanilivka and immediately began to build hasty defenses. Ukrainian social media reports unease growing among Russian troops defending their approaches to Tokmak as anticipation grows for a springtime Ukraine offensive. Interesting. One thing we can definitely see, looking at the intel from this map, the whatever the Ukrainian army is planning on attempting, if this analysis is true, if they actually want to go for this, this is clearly well defended. You have a bunch of Russian battalions all along the front line, plus various groups further back, probably ready to intervene. Right? So, oh yeah, so those different symbols. Russian unit is in pink. Separatist unit is in orange. Oh, they're putting... Wow, okay, there's separatist units set up all the way here, by the way. Interesting. Yeah, that's the Donetsk flag, right? I think. So they had them... Yeah, that's the Donetsk flag. They had them shipped all the way over to Zaporizhia. Interesting. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. As for the Russian troops, here we have to rely on old data. The front in this place is static, and Russian sources themselves rarely report on particular units. For example, here's a post about the 291st Regiment, which is part of the 42nd Motorized Rifle Division. That's a lot of grass. That's all I can say. This is some tip-top analysis from me. What are we looking at? Dried out grasslands. But it is very stretched out and is said to be here only in Polohi by this regiment or in Robotyne by another source. The main force is the 19th Motorized Rifle Division, about 11,000 men, 120 tanks, and 300 plus armored vehicles. Other powerful Russian units include the 64th Motorized Rifle Brigade, 11th Airborne Assault Brigade, and 45th Special Forces Brigade, as well as a fairly large contingent from the Lugansk and Donetsk Democratic Republics, and even probably Wagner. Yeah, the map also had some Wagner units near Zaporizhia. According to another source, the 1430 Motorized Rifle Regiment, 177th Motorized Rifle Regiment, blah blah blah. I'm not gonna... on paper, it amounts to the equivalent of 4 brigades, with another 2 to 3 brigades similar in strength to the territorial defense and additional units. The combat effectiveness and equipment of these troops raises big questions. All the reserves go to other directions. Probably here there is a shortage of modern tanks. T-62s were brought to this section of the front, and ammunition. Oh, yeah, that's interesting, because that does mean that if they bring in the more modern tanks that the West is supposedly has supposedly provided the Ukrainian army with, then those would definitely have a huge advantage over the T-62s. It's your boy Kino. Hey, how are you doing, Kino? I'll give you a sheesh, just for you. That one goes out to my boy Kino. But the armed forces of Ukraine will address these issues at the stage of preparation for the attack. Speaking of the forces of Putin's army, one must not forget the fortifications. Those lines of trenches and concrete pyramids. Pyramids? Are they... Wait, pyramids? Are they alien? Are they power plants? What does the History Channel say about the Ukrainian defensive pyramids? I need to know. That is some important stuff. Okay, there's a Google map of Russian fortifications. Interesting. Can I, like, see proof? Sentinel Hub EO browser. I'm discovering a whole new part of, a complete archive of Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-3, Sentinel-5P, ESA's archive of Landsat. Okay, so this is an archive of satellite imagery. Interesting. Hey, how do you see fortifications in this? What does aliens look like? I don't know, man. Go check out a mirror. Got him. Aliens, AI. True. Man, look at all this farmland. Like when I was saying that Ukraine is the granary for huge parts of the world. This is what I meant. Like, think of all the wheat being produced here, just in this small area. Well, not right now, obviously. There's some problems with happening there right now. Ukraine is the breadbasket of the world. Well, not of the world. It's mainly the breadbasket of the near Middle East and North Africa. Russia wants to invade the breadbasket of the world. Okay, so apparently this links to satellite imagery. I have no idea how to interpret the satellite imagery to actually like see those fortifications. I wonder if we can find like a good picture of the fortifications, but all I see is the road here. I don't see any fortifications. But to be fair, those would not be very good fortifications if you could identify them easily either, right? If a lay person like me with no with no proper training could spot them from satellite imagery, then they would just get bombarded by artillery if they were that easy to spot. Sorry for the derail, but I got my girlfriend's brother's blessing to marry her. Congratulations. I'm glad for you. That is pretty cool. On their own, those fortifications do not pose a great threat and are even detrimental to the defense. You can literally see them from the satellite view. The Ukrainians will know in advance where these lines are and will be able to allocate tasks to destroy them in advance. Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, they can just bombard them with artillery. Oh, you can see the trenches. Okay, those are better quality satellite photos. You can clearly see the trenches here. In some places, they will just bypass them. Oh, the Maginot strat. Some positions are in blatantly dumb places, but they can still give some benefit to the defense, including through the use of mines. On the overall map, we can draw several conclusions. There are two main lines of defense, located close to each other, from 16 to 4.5 kilometers. The Mikhailivka-Malabilozherka area is the most heavily covered. That's here, right? Yeah. I think. The line along the route E105 protects against an attack from the east after the forcing of the river. Yeah, true. Melitopol is almost not covered by these fortifications, but Tokmak is encircled by them. Yeah, it sure is. The lines often rely on populated areas. They sure do. Yeah, if you look like here, there's towns behind the lines. That makes sense. The overall picture is that the Russian army would prefer to hold the left flank and is ready to let the AFU attack on the right, in order to then defend Tokmak and the Moloshna river line. The lack of defense coverage of the E105 route is a big mistake, but of course focusing only on these crude trenches is not worth it. Maybe it's a trap. Here's the ring is bussin'. Okay. Hey, what matters is that you like it and that she likes it. I actually like it, yeah. I'm usually not like big into rings and shit, but yeah, the reflections are nice. I obviously, you know, this is the jeweler's like Instagram account. They got a professional photographer to set up this shot with the lighting and everything. But it looks really nice, yeah. Engagement shopping. Not me. Kino, the regular chatter, is engaged. So he was sharing with us what the engagement ring looks like. So, according to this, the overall the lack of defense coverage of the E105 route is a big mistake. Part 3, attack preparation. Talking about basic preparations like reconnaissance and camouflaging of the advancing forces, creating 4 depots, and working out plans and everything else makes little sense. Separately, I want to discuss the strikes on the Russian troops that we should expect from the AFU. Woo, rockets. A couple of weeks or even a month in advance, exhausting strikes can begin, the purpose of which is to deprive the Russian army of operational resources for repair and replenishment. Yeah, that makes sense. That's usually how like ground invasions work, and have worked for a long time now. You artillery the shit out of your targets to soften them up, and then only you send in the tanks and the troops. For example, if a bridge is destroyed, a rapidly erected replacement will be installed. This means that when another or the same bridge is bombed on the day of the offensive, there will no longer be such structures left in the warehouse for quick repairs. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. Stressing the logistics, sure. It is the same with ammunition depots. If bombed in advance, of course new structures will eventually be brought in, but there will be no more left where they are brought from. Besides, when the front is calm, things can be prioritized. Huh. Yeah, I guess you could also go on... You could go with the next level strategy, sure. You could bomb, like, ammo depots over on the East Front and hope to force the Russian army to move their depots over there. But I doubt that's what this guy's saying, and I doubt that's what the Russian army would do in that situation. They still have a huge industry backing their offensive. I don't think they would weaken... I don't think they would weaken one front to reinforce another in some, like, crazy, super one-sided way. They would probably be more reliant on their already established logistics from the mainland. Well, why do you need the spare highway? We will fix it later somehow. 3 warehouses burned down, but you don't need that many. Let's rebuild one somewhere else for now. As a result, logistics can become much more vulnerable to attack just before the offensive. Yeah, I think what this guy's saying, and that's what does make sense, is that if you just for like 1 month before the offensive, you keep destroying all the logistics hubs that you can identify all along where you will operate your offensive. That doesn't mean there will be no logistics. It does mean that all of the logistics will be weakened and stressed to the breaking point. I think that's the point of what he's writing. So where and what to attack? In my opinion, the key targets are Melitopol Airfield. One of the Russian military bases is located there, and there are other facilities under military control in and around the city. They can also come under attack as before. That makes sense. Obviously an airfield is a prime target. I don't know if they have this strike capability though. Obviously they still have you know, all the drones and stuff like that. But okay, like let's see the distance from how do I measure distance with this again? I forgot. Oh, polyline measure, there we go. So to the air base. All right, let's say like 74, 75. Let's go a bit higher. 75 kilometers. 75 kilometers to Melitopol Air Base from like over here. That means I think maybe the more advanced artillery they have. Do the Caesar artillery range. Maximum range of fire of Caesar is 42 kilometers with rocket-assisted HE frag shells. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I don't think they have any artillery that can actually shoot the 75 kilometers. Hey, Skits, how are you doing? How's the stream going? All right. We're covering some. We're just covering some Ukraine news, some like Twitter discussion about what the hypothetical Ukrainian counteroffensive might look like. Okay, so like super state-of-the-art artillery systems are capable of 75-kilometer ranges, but that's not what Ukraine has. Armchair military analysis, exactly. This is not what Ukraine has. They don't have the range to like attack the airbase directly with artillery. I don't think we've sent them any planes. I don't think we've sent them any planes as well. Oh yeah, Chow, did you... This reminds me, speaking of Ukraine news, Chow, did you see that completely insane story? No news on the F-16s? Let's look it up. Oh, where was that article? There was this Yahoo. There was this news article. I have it on my. I think I have it saved. Oh yeah, I have it in my phone's tabs. I don't have it on my computer. Basically, the. You mean how Russia hit its own cities and blamed Ukraine? No. The article is about how Ukraine was planning to strike on Russian soil. And Biden's administration talked them down. Just a reminder of why we really didn't want to give them fighter planes. Thank fuck. I know, right? Thank fuck. Like, I understand why the Ukrainians want to do that, but holy shit, that would not be good. Hello. Hey, Thinking Sabercat. How are you doing? Long time no see. There's video of where Russia's buying their new weapons. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, no. The mysterious African Iron Man combat suit that can't be real, can it? Okay, we're definitely checking that out right after. Let me just finish this this little bit of research thinking cat, and that video seems very good. Oh god. Yeah, okay. I'll go over that article maybe next stream, or maybe I'll just like DM it to you, Chow. But yeah. Thank fuck the. Anyway, just another reminder why we are so frigid about giving them weapons that have strike capability onto Russian soil. But yeah, I don't think you can. 4 days ago from the Eurasian Times. Seems like some of the latest news on the topic. F-16 fighters sitting ducks for Russian missiles. U.S. Air Force pilot says JAS-39 Gripen's better choice for Ukraine. What? Alright, that's just some like... Okay, you shouldn't be using this plane. You should be using that other fighter plane. Ukraine has infrastructure for F-16s. Ukraine could promise to not hit Russia, but just the risk is scary. Yeah, it sure is. It really is scary. Alright, so this is from the 6th of April. Ukraine says COVID hit F-16s 4 or 5 times better than Soviet jets. I don't know how many times better they are, but sure, of course they're better. Washington, okay, on April 6th, Washington had ruled out against sending F-16 jets to Ukraine for now. And U.S. officials have estimated the most expeditious training and delivery at 18 months. So this is definitely not happening anytime soon. 18 months is a very long time. They also got infrastructure for Gripen. If you got a semi-damaged road, you have got infrastructure for Gripen. Sure, sure. Right, what was Ukraine asks Spain for air defenses, including F-16 jets. Okay, they were basically asking everyone. Ukraine's like, okay, first they ask Washington. Washington's like, nope. Then they ask Madrid. Then they ask fucking Denmark. They're like, dude, this is like when you're at a restaurant at a table. And you got someone like you got like a homeless person coming in asking for change, and then you just like hear them hit up every single table, and you know they're gonna come up to your table too, and you're just like waiting for them to walk up. I honestly don't think it'll happen. There's it's very, very hard to justify giving them fighter jets. Because, like, fighter jets are super fucking expensive. And, like, every single fighter jet lost would be a huge loss. And unless we give them a really big amount of jets with all the training, etc. Once again, like Washington estimated 18 months of training and preparation in order to do the transfer. So like, you got instead you could give them more anti-air defenses. Instead, you could give them more anti-air defenses. Instead, you could give them more like ground-based anti-air capabilities to at least negate Russian air superiority. You can still fight the Russian air superiority without giving them jets. And then, obviously, once again, the discussion of, hey, Ukraine could go fucking crazy and start striking Russian cities. I don't know why they would ask the US first. Like, once the US says no, then most other countries are going to follow suit. Yeah, but the opposite is true as well. If they ask other countries, then the other countries are going to look to the US and for like, are we allowed to send them jets or not? As if Washington doesn't have a de facto veto on all of NATO for jets, which I mean, yeah, well, it's also just fucking common sense, right? Like, if we're afraid of Ukraine striking at Russian cities and escalating the conflict, which we are for good reason. That might have happened if Biden hadn't talked Ukraine down already. Then yeah, it's probably a bad idea. Yo, I made a site for fun where an AI reacts to any YouTube vid you give it in real time. It's wild for news. It gives wild commentary. Want to try it? I don't make cash, just a passion project right now. Sure, you know what? DM me the website. I'll check it off stream. And I'll check it off stream. And hey, if it seems like fun, I'll fuck around with it on stream for sure. They don't push the U.S. to allow giving MiGs to Ukraine. Yeah. Poland really wanted to give MiGs to Ukraine, but if I recall correctly, the deal was Poland wanted to give their MiGs to Ukraine, and in exchange have the U.S. replace their MiGs with F-16s. So Poland was presenting this in this like virtue signally, we support Ukraine, we're ready to give them everything they ask for, all the fighter jets. But on the other hand, it was Well, actually, we're going to replace our old-ass MiGs with some top-of-the-line F-16s given to us by Washington. So there was... Not saying that Poland isn't one of the biggest supporters of Ukraine. That's obviously true. But they also were setting up... With the arrangement they are trying to set up... okay. The arrangement where they were trying to set up was definitely one where they were going to... They weren't losing anything. How much has the Russian economy shrunk as soon as surely they're going to run out of cash to have wars? It's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than that. Like, when it comes to just cash, we've already seen Russia can manipulate the value of their currency through various legal tools. Central banks can print money when push comes to shove, though obviously that causes inflation. Russia is not completely blocked from trade. Russia still has trading partners, very important ones, in China and in India. That being said, yeah, I find it hard to assess the actual damage to the Russian economy, because if you look at Russian sources, you have the pro-Russian version of events where they don't care, they got everything they need, their gas is cheap, and there was this Twitch stream that was by like a pro-Russian dude. Who was just 24/7 burning his like gas burners on his kitchen, just a 24/7 live stream of the gas burners. It got banned because Twitch is pro-Ukraine, but just to illustrate, like, it depends what commodity we're talking about. It depends of the specifics. And on the flip side, if you look at pro-Western news, you like, for a year we've been told that the whole Russian economy is about to collapse, that they're all going to be starving, etc., etc. And you got the flip side also in Russian propaganda. Russian propaganda was claiming that Europe would be all like, I'm exaggerating, Chow, okay. But a little bit. But like, Russian propaganda was claiming that Europe was gonna run out of heating and that we're all gonna die in the cold because of and have a terrible winter. I don't know what the truth is when it comes to the state of the Russian economy at this point. It would demand a lot of research and probably a lot of discussion with like people who are actually living in Russia and not just articles and stuff like that. I refuse cookies. Impact of sanctions on the Russian economy by the European Council of the EU. Russian economy is shrinking. Well, yeah, obviously the GDP will be shrinking. That is undeniable. Russia's economy may continue to shrink in 2023. Its GDP is forecast to decline by 2.5% in the worst-case scenario, or by OECD, or by 0.2% according to the World Bank. The IMF expects growth in 2023 by 0.7%. Declining trade, obviously. Similar predictions by the IMF and the World Bank, with the World Bank one being more pessimistic, I guess, on the exports dropping. Yeah, I mean, here you have a quantitative analysis of how much the Russian economy was actually damaged. It is right there. Somewhere between minus 2.5% to plus 0.7% is the GDP prediction evolution, right? For the continuation. And as for what you're saying, oil revenues dropped by over a quarter in January. The drop in February was even more significant. Okay, that's actually really big. Well, because, yeah, in the first half of 2022, Russia benefited from growing prices of fossil fuels on global markets. Absolutely. But apparently the sanctions worked. Frozen assets, yeah, there's a lot of those. One, their military industry is going to take a hit by not procuring components made exclusively in the West. Yeah, for sure. Though usually, okay, with the caveat that my understanding of military-industrial complexes is that they are usually designed and engineered in such a way as to take those kinds of issues into account. When you're engineering your supply line, your supply chain, your production chain for your military, your key military goods, you are going to try to make it as independent as possible. So I don't know if that's going to have us. I think the impact is mostly for the civilian industry, honestly. Outside maybe some key components for which they weren't able to produce locally. Their transportation sector is going to take a hit for the same reason above. 100% agree. Moscow's ability to subsidize its rural areas, where most support for Putin comes from, is going to be damaged. Well, we've already seen that with the mobilizations, right? The mobilizations were hugely unpopular especially in rural areas. Now, it's hard to tell whether that damage to Putin's popularity has continued or whether it's recuperated or not. I don't have any good sources, up-to-date sources on how polling data may have evolved. Looks even worse as it reminds me of Hugo Chavez oil reliance. WSJ. Sure, I'll agree to your cookies. Russia's economy is starting to come undone. Investment is down, labor is scarce, budget is squeezed. Oligarch says there will be no money next year. The opening months drove an increase in oil and natural gas prices that brought a windfall for Moscow. Those days are over. The ruble is down over 20% against the dollar, which is not necessarily very significant. It's significant, but it's not necessarily... People have been throwing around the value of the ruble. Like, pro-Russian people have been saying, like, when Russia was able to pump up the ruble, they were like, look, the Russian economy is doing fine. And when the ruble crashed, the people, like, pro-Ukraine people are like, look, the Russian economy is falling apart. And it's like, no, dude, it's a fucking manipulated currency. It doesn't mean what you think it means. You're just politicizing, you're just, like, ideologically charging a fucking number that you have to contextualize to truly understand. One, take their people. Two, take their money. It compounds. Yeah, I agree. The long-term damage is going to be there for sure. According to Alexandra Prokopenko, a former Russian central bank official who fled the country shortly after the invasion, Russia's economy is entering a long-term regression. Interesting. There is no sign the economic difficulties are bad enough to pose a short-term threat to Russia's ability to wage war, but state revenue shortfalls suggest an intensifying dilemma over how to reconcile ballooning military expenditures with the subsidies and social spending that have helped President Putin shield civilians from hardship. This is interesting because I was reading an article that was saying something similar earlier today. They were basically saying that Russia's economy is doing fine with the status quo of the war, as in it can sustain the war, but it cannot sustain an escalation in the war. Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska warned this month that Russia is running out of cash. There will be no money next year. We need foreign investors, the raw materials magnate said at an economic conference. Well, you're not going to get foreign investors when everything is sanctioned the fuck up. I guess you could turn to Chinese investors, but I don't know. Like, China's fine being a trade partner, China's fine being an ally, but I don't know if China wants to put all its eggs in the Russian basket, which is kind of what happens when you're investing a lot of money into this whole venture. Exactly, these tools have always been for long-term effects. People who are expecting the fast collapse are dumb as fuck. Agreed. Having largely lost its European market next door, and with other Western investors pulling out, Moscow is becoming ever more reliant on China, threatening to realize long-simmering fears in Moscow of becoming an economic colony of its dominant southern neighbor. Historically, that's particularly interesting. I want to contextualize this real quick. When you think about how the schism between China, the communist China, and the USSR happened. I think it was in the 60s, if I recall correctly, or in the 70s. How basically, my understanding is that the USSR wanted China to come in under the fold of the great communist empire. And China was not okay with that. Maoist China was like, we're doing our own thing. We can be buddies, but we're equals. We're not gonna submit to you. And so it's kind of interesting now to see possibly the fear of the opposite pattern emerging, where China would dominate Russia. Despite Russia's resilience in the short term, the long-term picture is bleak. Moscow will be much more inward-looking and overly dependent on China, said Maria Shagina, a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies think tank in London. A big part of the dimming outlook stems from a bad bet by Mr. Putin last year that he could use Russian energy supplies to limit Western Europe's support for Ukraine. True, that definitely was a bet that Moscow did. European governments, instead of tempering their support for Kyiv, moved rapidly to find new sources of natural gas and oil. Most Russian gas flows to Europe stopped, and after an initial jump... you also got a little pipeline blowing up. Oh yeah, let me change my my stream title. And China also saw the USSR enacting liberal reforms as moving away from socialism. Was the USSR enacting liberal reforms already in the 60s and 70s? I guess in the 70s a little bit, right? But in the 60s weren't they still hardline communists? I don't know that. I don't know. I'm like genuinely asking you. I know Mao's China was definitely hardline communist. And it's only afterwards, right? I think what was the Deng who brought about like a beginning of a change in communist China's ideology, the Dengist approach. Turnit, are you still there? You know a lot about the communist history, right? Correct me if I'm saying some wacky shit. Moscow now says it will cut its oil production by 5% until June from its previous level. It is selling its oil at a discount to global prices. Okay, Moscow cutting oil production by 5% is crazy. That's actually a crazy metric. If you think about it, why should they? There's no good reason to cut production unless they're truly struggling to sell their oil. That is a huge red flag for their petrol revenue. Absolutely. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, Sino-Soviet debates about the interpretation of Orthodox Marxism became specific disputes about the Soviet Union's policies of national de-Stalinization and international peaceful coexistence with the Western Bloc, which Chinese founding father Mao Zedong decried as revisionism. I'm talking about de-Stalinization. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Which I fucking... God damn it. De-Stalinization is pretty fucking based. Stalin was a fucking insane guy. But yeah, I get it now. I've talked about it before on stream, but this talk of like what is Orthodox Marxism? It reminds me this transcript that Turnit sent me. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. Transcript of a debate in the Communist Party in China that some journalists were allowed to assist to. And what was fascinating was it was a debate when you looked not at the form that the debate took, but at the core of the ideas being discussed. It was actually a normal economic political debate on the direction that the country should go in. The debate was basically whether the country should continue liberalizing and pursue more liberal capitalist approaches, or whether it should stick to a more orthodox Marxist approach. But what was fascinating, was absolutely incredible in that transcript, was that because of the nature of the ideological cultural norm in China, the people arguing for liberal, for capitalist policies had to use Marxist language to argue their points. So you had two sides using the same Marxist language, but expressing completely opposite and antithetical ideas with them. Which it was very interesting to see, honestly, in my opinion. Anyways, that's a little bit of a derail. As a result, the government's energy revenue fell by nearly half in the first 2 months of this year compared with last year, while the budget deficit deepened. The fiscal gap hit $34 billion in those first 2 months, the equivalent of more than 1.5% of the country's total economic output. Oof. You're talking about that report about something like a 2006 economic conference in China. Oh, it was an economic conference, not a party debate, right? Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, Trinit. Also, literally in an orthomarx org AMA, lol. This was the most interesting visit by an American president who literally got in the running for president on an anti-communist platform. Right. Richard Nixon visiting China. Yeah. What was it? Was it just Nixon, or was it with the help? Was Kissinger's help? Oh yeah, it was with Kissinger. Yeah, because my understanding is Kissinger's greatest foreign policy success was the diplomatic bridge with communist China, right? That was like, that's the reason why he had the so much respect and power in American politics. The main reason. Yeah, so that was it was Nixon's face on it, was Kissinger actually arranging this behind the scenes, is my understanding. Yeah, after a series of these overtures by both countries, Kissinger flew on secret diplomatic missions to Beijing in 1971. Yeah. We can change them. I can change her. Cope. That is forcing Moscow to dig deeper into its sovereign wealth fund, one of its main anti-crisis buffers, yes. The government can still borrow domestically. Well, that's what what you were saying earlier about, obviously the banks can still print money. They can generate debt. Even after shrinking by $28 billion since before the invasion, Russia has found ways to sell its oil to China and India. True as well, it has. However, once again, Russia's shrinking production by 5% is a huge tell. That is, sure, it's selling oil to China and India. We know that. We've known that for a while. In fact, there is a strong suspicion that a lot of the oil we buy from India is actually Russian oil that they're just reselling. But if Russia is turning production down, that means they're not selling that much oil, are they? China has stepped in to provide many parts Russia used to get from the West. Okay, so this addresses also the concern you had, Chao, right, about the military-industrial complex capabilities when it comes for specific parts, right? Because China has committed not to give any direct military aid to Russia, but if China sells Russia some mechanical part that is not a weapon, that is not part of weapon, but that they can then use in a tank, then hey, that's not China's responsibility, right? Those parts are not equal in quality. Sure, we all know the dangers of Chinesium, but it is what it is. At least they're still getting parts, right? There's even the line in Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country, only Nixon can go to China. Nice. Russian officials have acknowledged the difficulties, but say the economy has been quick to adapt. Mr. Putin has said his government has been effective in countering the threats to the economy. He has said that, indeed. You know, there's a maxim, guns versus butter, Mr. Putin said in a State of the Nation address last month. Of course, national defense is the top priority, but in resolving strategic tasks in this area, we should not repeat the mistakes of the past and should not destroy our own economy. Okay, so he's trying to reassure people with regards to what Chao was saying, that there's still going to be butter on the table. There's still going to be the social benefits and aids that are helping the Russian people survive through the sanctions and those trying times. For much of Putin's more than 20 years in charge, high oil and gas revenue underpinned a social contract that saw most Russians largely staying out of opposition politics and protests in exchange for rising living standards. The IMF has estimated that Russia's potential growth rate, the rate at which it could grow without courting inflation, was around 3.5% before 2014, the year it seized Crimea from Ukraine. That has now fallen to around 1%, some economists say, as productivity declines and the economy becomes technologically backward and more isolated. For an economy like Russia, 1% is nothing. It's not even a maintenance level. Yeah, generally speaking, a developed country, economists expect it to have over 2.5% growth per year, right? Or over 2% growth per year. If it's less, it's actually considered a loss for the economy. Even if it's a positive, like 1% is a loss. Putin says that because he knows he's struggling to put that butter. Maybe. But regardless of whether, but I don't think that's the reason he's saying that. Maybe he's struggling to put the butter, but I think the reason he's saying that is because he's afraid that people are starting to wonder, can he deliver the butter to their tables? He's trying to reassure them, right? He knows that's what's on the Russian citizen's mind, or he thinks that's what's on the Russian citizen's mind. Feeling the pinch, oil and gas revenue. Yeah, this was the peak. This was the peak when we actually were literally financing with the rise of oil prices, the continued offensive in Ukraine. Federal budget balance is quite deep in the red for sure here. It's not directly correlated with oil prices though. Retail trade turnover index. I'm not sure what that means. What is a retail trade turnover index? What is retail trade turnover index? How do I read that? It comprises the total invoiced by the statistical unit, that is the observation unit, during the reference period. Retail trade turnover comprises the total invoice by the unit. So here, the unit being Russia. So the total invoice, the total sum invoiced by Russia per month dropped down from like pre-2022 around 105 trillion rubles down to 90 trillion rubles approximately, if I understand correctly. Yeah, so which is a fall in exports, right? The invoices mean that the orders for stuff from Russia to export. Tight labor market and increased government spending are worsening inflation risks. Russia's inflation was running at around 11% in February compared with that month last year. That rate will temporarily fall below 4% in the coming months, the central bank said, though that is because of the high comparison base of the post-invasion surge in prices last year. A number of other economic indicators will also temporarily improve in the coming months due to such base effects, economists say. Yeah, that's a game. That is a game with economic numbers. Always is if you're doing this like relative measurement of like say here inflation, it's yeah, if you're comparing to pre and post invasion dates, it's going to be quite different, is it not? Country's industry is in its worst labor crunch since records began in 1993. The post-invasion brain drain and last fall's 300,000-man military mobilization have resulted in around half of businesses facing worker shortages. Interesting. Open the window. On a recent visit to an aircraft factory, Putin said the labor shortage is hampering military production. He said the government has prepared a list of priority professions for deferment from service. Interesting. He's now scaling back the mobilization, I guess, because he needs those qualified workers in the factories. It's ironic as the UK Brexit has created exactly the same problem of a bleeding economy where your exports shrink and your imports become more expensive. Interesting. I haven't really looked in detail at the consequences of the Brexit for the UK, especially now that it's been a couple of years. Are you from the UK, Sabercat? Before the war, Oleg Mansurov dreamed of competing with Elon Musk's SpaceX. After the invasion, investors in Mansurov's Moscow-based SR Space pulled their funds. I know, okay, sure, but that's anecdotal. That's a fucking space company, okay? Space companies don't matter for this. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. Where are you from in the UK? Are you in Britain? Scotland? That was elsewhere? And then they're talking about his company. Southern England. Okay, interesting. Hey, so you're not that far away, actually. Right? Just a train ride away. Russia tried import substitution, replacing foreign goods with homemade ones for years before the current sanctions, with limited success. A large chunk of its telecommunications equipment and advanced oil drilling software is imported. Interesting. This is a little bit like going back to Soviet times, doing everything ourselves, said Vasily Astrov, an economist at the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. It will be nearly impossible to properly replace what's missing. Analysts at the central bank have called the post-war reality reverse industrialization, suggesting a reliance on less sophisticated technology. Import sub is such a meme. It doesn't work. There's no way it can work, right? It will obviously impact the level of technology, the level of development of the country. It's impossible for it not to harm. Ilya Korovenkov, director of Chili Lab, a boutique IT company in Nizhny Novgorod, developing web services and e-marketplaces, said that before the war, clients would often order new capabilities and functions. Now the work is focused on fixing and improving existing systems. It's logical, he said. We don't know what will happen in a month. We need to wait it out. With all these changes, the Russian economy is becoming more dependent on the state, yes. Alright, let's go back to the armchair military analysis. Enough econ analysis. We see the picture now, right? It's not doing good. It's not doing good. It's still standing. It's still gonna take a long time for it to fall apart. Don't believe the people saying it's all imploding tomorrow. That's not gonna happen. But it's not in good shape. Used to be when we had freedom to visit Europe, as I used to go to France and Belgium about 8 to 10 times a year, but now it's easier going to Florida. Yeah. I was so pissed off. I have like I remember when the Eurostar, when you no longer had to go through customs to board the Eurostar, and now you have to again. It's so stupid. Let's spend a shit ton of money to make shit products and no one will buy. Debt crisis ensues. Shocked Pikachu face, yeah. Oh, a Chow tweet. Let's see. Hashtag Russia is collapsing is trending, so now's a good time to share some counterpoints from a foreign affairs essay I just read. Can Putin survive? A professor of international history, Vladislav Zhubok. Yeah, let's give him a like. At first, many believed Russia's victory would be swift. This, of course, has been proven false, and sentiments quickly shifted to Russia collapsing. But, just as the first belief was shaky, we ought to be more scrupulous for the second. Blah blah. Well, yeah, and you're basically saying what we're talking about, right? The only thing about history is that we can learn from it, and while Putin has made incredible miscalculations, he has learned from what he describes as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe. Russia has macroeconomic discipline, which is further evidenced by their reaction towards the 2014 sanctions, the COVID pandemic, and today's sanctions. Zhubok writes, had Gorbachev been assisted by such expertise, the Soviet Union might have survived. And while the economic response against Russia has been immense, we have to recognize that it is largely from the West, including Russia. Meaning Russia still has avenues to the global economy through countries like China and India, which we've already talked about. Yeah, absolutely. Still, Russians are negatively affected. Yep. Another banger from Chow. Is my bot working? Yes, it's working. Go give Chow a follow. Hello, hey Beckdorf, how are you doing? Long time no see. Really, the biggest fear in Russia should be what happens if Putin is bumped off as East Russia is ultra-left and West is ultra-right, and there's even divisions based on faith in Russia, much like pre-1993 Yugoslavia. I've seen those theories that without a strong authoritarian government to hold the reins, that it will fragment and balkanize. Maybe it will. I don't know enough about the like socio-cultural tensions to be able to pronounce myself on that. I've heard the same about China, by the way, and which is why I'm also a little bit skeptical of this argument. I remember in the 2000s hearing people whose opinion I respected back then tell me like, yeah, you know, China, it's got so many, it's like such a big country, it's got so many different peoples in it. Without a strong like the government. With its growth and the challenges we'll be facing, it will probably collapse within like 10 to 20 years and balkanize and split up into a bunch of different countries. It's not happened, and it's not close to happening right now. We're nowhere near China balkanizing, so I am skeptical. Balkanization happens, I'm betting on Vladivostok to come on top. Why? Wait, Vladivostok is the city all the way on the east, right? China was 3 countries originally till the Emperor Qin. Yes, absolutely. Russian port on the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. That's the one. That is the one. I'd love to visit Vladivostok. Yeah, I want to see it on the map. Yep, there you go. Well, it's true that Vladivostok, if you think about it, if like the Eastern Russia was going to separate from the rest of Russia, Vladivostok is in an amazing position. It's going to be the most important port city. With like, it can trade with South Korea, China, Taiwan, Japan, all of Southeast Asia, basically. It's a super important city for sure. But the rest is not. It's fucking cold out there, okay? It's fucking cold out there. I don't know. It's rough. I don't know. I don't know much about like the long-term success of living. Like, if we're talking about, you know, far eastern Russia, if you're living here in Pevek, that seems like a really rough life, okay? Do we have, like... I wanna see the... I wanna see the street view up in here, okay? How do people live up here? Oh, there's an airport here. Nope. The only Russians I ever met whom I actually liked came from there. North Korea, I know. Okay, I don't think Google Street View made its way through Russia for some reason. I wonder why. That seems like the perfect place to create your post-apocalyptic community. I guess, and if you've had the capability of surviving in some of the harshest living conditions on Earth, sure. Actually, the most dangerous areas are Russia's border with Pakistan, as North Pakistan is literally run by the Taliban. Sure, if the danger you're afraid of is human beings, 100% agree, right? Like up in the north, the danger is not human beings. It's going to be the cold for like top 5 sources of danger, and then maybe bears. Maybe I just write the name of the place on Google. Okay, that would have worked. Too late now. Are you proud? You've humiliated me. Made me look like an idiot. Memes aside. Oh yeah. Here they're addressing what Chow was saying that I didn't fully agree on. Well, official statistics don't break out military production. The output of finished metal goods, a line that analysts say includes weapons and ammunition, rose by 7% last year. Production of computers, electronic and optical products, another line said to include military output, rose by 2% for the year and 41% in December compared with November. By contrast, auto output fell 45% year over year. Interesting. Military production masks the problems. This isn't real, productive growth. This doesn't develop the economy, Ms. Prokopenko said. It does, but sure, it's not what we usually consider sustainable growth, for sure. It's still money being injected into the economy, but yeah, it's not sustainable. Russia managed to avoid the worst last year, aided by high global energy prices, etc. Okay, yeah. All right, let's go back to the Twitter thread, and then we can finish. We can go see Iron Man. We're gonna go watch Iron Man, kids. Jankoy Railway Junction. So for those who joined in the meantime, because we went on this like big derail on the about the Russian economy, I was going through this armchair analysis of the one of the theories on what the Ukraine counteroffensive is going to look like. So this one focuses on the theory that the Ukraine counteroffensive is going to focus on retaking Melitopol. So just to give you like a quick, where's my live UA map? Oh, there it is. So like basically, the idea would be that here south of Zaporizhia, the Ukrainian army would be able to establish a corridor, like something like let me draw some lines for you. Something like between here and here, like so like take back this space and cut off the land bridge to Crimea. So that's what this Twitter thread is focusing on, for context. The Ukraine offensive will focus on Belarus for maximum lulz. That would be fucking insane. Oh no. No, it's not being injected because the goods aren't capital goods used for production services. Sure, but I was thinking that it's still there's still money being spent on labor, and part of it is capital goods if it comes down to building new factories or improving factories for their military-industrial complex. But sure, I get what you mean, Turnit. Yeah, that's not wrong. So, where we were at, they were talking about the importance of the Russian military base that uses the Melitopol air base. So those are like apparently key targets for the Ukraine offensive. Military goods are black hole of dead labor. I get why you're saying that. Yeah, sure. It's not. It's labor. It's economic production that has a utility that is outside of the economic realm. Then there's no utility of making money in the military industry. Sure. The utility is different. So the Jankoy Railway Junction. Here everything is obvious. Not only does the railway run through this junction to the west to Sevastopol, but also to the north through Chonhar to Melitopol. In fact, the Jankoy, so right here, this is the junction, right, is the second Crimean bridge. Interesting. Yeah, so there's like a single point of failure for the railway infrastructure in Crimea. That would definitely be a prime target. It has international relations utility. Absolutely, I'm not saying it doesn't have utility. I'm just responding to Turnit's remark that it doesn't have like strict economic value utility. Will they try to secure Enerhodar on their way to Melitopol? In this hypothesis, no. In this hypothetical scenario, the analysts think that their main goal will be to go down this corridor and just cut off the land bridge, rather than pushing along the Dnipro to Enerhodar. Which also makes sense. Like once they cut off the thing is, if they actually accomplish that, if the Ukrainian armed forces actually accomplish this, you have to realize this would mean that Crimea is cut off from the mainland. Once that's done, all you need to do is what there is talking about. Like you can do like strikes on the Jankoy railway line, whether it's with drones or some kind of like covert terror thing, or whatever. Same with the bridge here. I forgot its name. The Kerch Bridge. Same with the Kerch Bridge. If you blow up the Kerch Bridge and you've cut off the land bridge here, you've isolated this entire part of the Russian forces. And from then on, it's just a matter of time of being able to hold on, keep this bridge destroyed as much as possible. And, like, in theory, that would mean that Ukraine would be well on its way to retaking not just the whole Zaporizhia Oblast, but even potentially Crimea itself. That would be like a huge step towards Ukraine having a win condition to the war, which has been nowhere in sight for now. If that happens, obviously. That's a huge if, by the way. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. The Fedorivka railway junction in Novobohdanivka, an important junction at the intersection of roads running from east to west and north to south. Not globally important, but important for the movement of forces directly during combat. Another target would be the Volnovaha railway junction. Oh, so just like different railway junctions. This is the starting point for the railway leading west, approximately in the middle of occupied territory. Also important for supply and troop movement. Bridges on the Moroshna River. So this is the Moroshna River is the river that's in the middle here. That would obviously be important during this operation, geographically speaking. If Russia expects this, it could be easy for them to strike this axis from two sides. They have to either cause disarray on the Russians in the Kherson Oblast, cause a fallback, or enough noise to confuse the Russians into expecting attacks elsewhere. Yeah, maybe. That is something that this Twitter thread has minimized a bit, the potential for like Russian counters to an offensive of this sort. And yeah, that I had quite a similar remark, personally speaking, as well. Obviously, it would, especially since they estimate the manpower required to be able to hold those two like side fronts. And they've estimated the ideal manpower for this whole operation to be 130,000 troops. That is an insane amount of troops. 130,000 troops, 300 APCs, and what was like 150 tanks is what those analysts are like eyeballing would be necessary for this operation. That is a lot. The river crosses the combat zone and is vital for the Russian army to keep crossing it. Only one bridge can be restored if 2 or 3 are destroyed. And when it gets hot, it will be too late to repair the other 2. Okay, so he's circled the bridges here. The Moroshansk bridge, Starobohdanivka, Terpinia, and south of Melitopol. There's another bridge down here. Bridges near Chonhar and Sivash. Difficult targets also because of the distance and the strength of the bridges themselves, but if they are damaged, even for a short time, it could upset the overall balance of military supplies, which probably go in part just through Crimea. Oh, this is back to like the Crimean thing. If this bridge connects Crimea here, obviously would be a hot target, yeah. Bridges over the Crimean Canal. Destroying these bridges could deprive the grouping at the mouth of the Dnipro of normal communications with the front. It will come in handy, including during the third phase of the offensive. More on this later. Oh, right. So the canal is right here. This is the canal. This is the canal that was providing water to Crimea before the annexation. And so yeah, if you manage to take out bridges over this while you're doing an offensive here, obviously all the troops here that are facing Kherson, they're just cut off. They're just cut off from where the action is actually happening, right? Destroying these bridges could deprive the grouping at the mouth of Dnipro. Obytishna river bridges. The Obytishna is like the Moroshna, only further east. Several important bridges are there, including the one that carries the land corridor. Several other rivers in the area flow into the Sea of Azov. All the bridges over them could become targets. Berdyansk oil depots and port. Berdyansk is the nearest major port through which to supply the Russian grouping on the Zaporizhia front. If it is damaged, the occupation forces will lose another supply route, or it will become less effective. S-300-400 air defense positions and radars. Their location should be clarified by Ukrainian intelligence, but it is unlikely that they are only in Crimea. Oh, reminder that what's his name? Skadefron still denies that Russia is using S-300 or S-400 missiles. Satellite imagery. I mean, in this case, no, not S-400. He's never denied S-400s. Let me not correct that. He has denied that they've been using S-300s. Satellite imagery analyzed by the Warzone identifies the location of a Russian S-400 air defense battery on the Crimean coastline near the town of Yevpatoria. This battery is likely the same one that was recently observed in pictures posted on social media by Russian tourists in the area. Jesus Christ! Imagine your operational security getting broken. I mean, they're visible on satellite. Obviously, they know that they know that we know once it's visible on satellite. But imagine OPSEC needing to deal with tourists on the beaches here taking like fucking Instagram photos. These are the most dangerous and relatively non-mobile anti-aircraft complexes. The Russian command usually groups them in divisions, creating entire bases. Military bases all along the Zaporizhzhia front will also come under attack, targeted from satellite images. While the Russian army recovers what it can, reconnaissance will trace the most important logistics lines, determine the enemy's priorities, its reserve depots, and lines. A general strike might look something like this. Yeah, you got Berdyansk down here. Strikes on other areas to like fuck up with the logistics while the offensive would push towards Melitopol. Immediately before the attack, HIMARS and our artillery will hit the nearest warehouses, troop locations, the railway junction in Tokmak, and identified particularly important objects like radars, or locations of soldiers and Rosgvardia members. Another type of preparation is exhausting attacks / fire along the front lines. Here it is important not to overdo it and not to suffer heavy losses, and better to do without them at all. Now this is more than realistic with the help of drones. You can triple the massive pressure from the air for 3 to 4 days or even a week in a row by dropping grenades and with pinpoint artillery. The important thing is that this should be done not only in the intended direction of the breakthrough, but everywhere. This is so that Russian force commanders have to react everywhere and disperse reinforcements to reinforce the entire front line. For example, here's what Russian war criminal Igor Girkin writes. Translation, please? I can't. What am I supposed to do with this information? Okay, never mind. Next part is here. Okay, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna finish reading this. There's like a lot of information. It's all really just speculative, honestly. Oh yeah, and this. Wait, this is just the whole. This is the whole thread again. Never mind. Oh no, this is a continuation of the thread. Never mind. Okay, it's the same thread, but just the first tweets are the same. It is most advantageous to start a breakthrough in 3 to 4 directions at once, and on each also in several separate areas, then develop those that will go well. How to choose a place for the breakthrough. This is influenced by 2 factors, the weakness of enemy defenses and tactical expediency. They often conflict with each other. After all important targets are well covered, and the weak defense is there, from which then you will not be able to get out on your own. So there has to be a compromise. The Russian army is surely building the densest defenses in the major population centers, so it is a good thing none of those are directly on the front lines. But in any case, it is not a good idea to break through via villages and hamlets, getting into street battles. For sure. The level of speculation is what turns me off about these military threads? Sure. The other thing is that it has no intellectual value to me. Fair enough. I find it interesting. Obviously I find it interesting because I'm reading it. And it's probably safe to assume this will be the most covered military operation in a while by media/OSINT. Yeah. Absolutely. I wish we had this level of coverage of what's been happening in the Yemen, but yeah, that's not where the likes will show up on your Twitter threads. That's not where the international attention is. Key to all wars are supply lines. Yes, you mean Sudan? Oh, Sudan as well. Sure, Yemen, Sudan. But Yemen is still under war, right? That's a cynical way to look at it. It sure is. Global conflict tracker, the war in Yemen. 2 different conflicts which might be interconnected on a level. Maybe. That's my first time hearing that hypothesis. I thought Yemen chilled because of the Iran-Saudi diplomatic thing. Let's see what the global conflict tracker says. Latest news. UK Navy investigating an incident near Yemen in which unidentified assailants fired at a UK vessel off the coast. Yemen's health system in trouble. Stampede at Ramadan event kills 78. Jesus Christ. A stampede during a Ramadan charity event in the capital, Sana'a. The stampede was apparently triggered by gunfire and an electrical explosion. Jesus Christ, that's terrible. That sucks. Yemen's pro-government forces, Houthi rebels, begin prisoner swap on 14th of April. Some 900 prisoners will be exchanged over the next 3 days as part of a deal between Yemen's warring parties, the International Committee of the Red Cross said. The UN-brokered swap is part of efforts to negotiate an end to the Yemen civil war. Okay, that's good news. That's in line with what you're saying, Chao. That they're, April 12th, United States praises remarkable progress in peace talks. Okay, so it has chilled down in the past month. Hey, good to know. Good news. Thanks for making me look, actually. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully the peace talks continue and come to a conclusion, a favorable one. Look, lines drawn on maps. Are you excited? Are you happy? Look, the arrows point in different directions alongside roads. Okay, yeah, I'm actually done with this. I want to check out the Iron Man video. Kill my KMS. Yo, Yolabongan stuff. How are you doing? All right, let's get in some real content here.
In January of 2019, Ghana, a country with nearly...
let me grab my food if I'm gonna just do some React content. Oh yeah, let's turn off the music too.
Pretenses took the world by storm, but perhaps not for the best reasons. During the 38th Annual Technology Exhibition, organized by the Kantanka Company, the corporation's most advanced technologies were displayed. An armored personnel carrier safeguarding a group of soldiers armored with exoskeletons rolled before the eyes of a hypnotized audience, with the event calling for a solemn attitude and igniting national pride among the attendees. But as the soldiers waddled clumsily through the parade...
Dude, Wakanda's real. They're doing it. They're doing it. Those are vibranium armors, okay? I can tell. It's vibranium. I've watched enough Marvel movies to be an expert on the matter.
Amateurs and experts the world over pointed at an obvious yet sad truth. The event was not a custom show, but a very serious exhibition of military prowess. Self-made.
Bolzer wood is a hard wood. Yo, that's what your mom tells me too. She tells me I got hard wood as well.
In 2011, Ghana had one of the world's fastest growing economies. But like so many ambitious enterprises, the nation's promising future fizzled out. Only 8 years later, during the 38th Annual Technology Exhibition, the city of Accra hosted a display of the country's most advanced technology. The exhibition featured a wide variety of telecommunication technologies and social media apps, but its main event was a parade that showcased the nation's latest military advancements. As shown in footage taken that day, a bulky personnel carrier with a coat of farcical camouflage scheme paint advanced steadily through the cheering crowd, covering the rear of 3 so-called cyborg super soldiers. But as proud as the Ghanaian attendees were of their nation's latest developments, the rest of the world couldn't help but watch in astonishment. Many analysts agreed that the performance would be almost ridiculous, if not for the worrying underlying reality of Ghana and many other developing countries. For one, Brett Tingley of Mysterious Universe noted that, quote, those guys...
no. Okay. Dude. How much do you think he got bullied? Dude's called Brett Tingley. Jesus Christ. What a terrible... His parents hated him. My mom is in her 70s. Yo, hey, I didn't mean anything mean. I just like your mom jokes, okay? But also, whatever her age, she deserves a great sexual experience. I'm sure you don't want to think about that. Just aim for their toes. What the fuck is this? I don't know. I'm discovering it with you. Armor 98, Mobility 4. Those are the stats indeed.
Didn't even make it into the top 10 at a cosplay convention. Indeed, in the video, it is pretty evident that one of the super soldiers had a loose hose hanging from his leg.
Oh no.
What appeared to be a hydraulic cable, but was in fact an empty split-loom tubing. Moreover, the soldiers were wearing motorcycle helmets disguised with spray paint.
Oh no.
For all that, the exhibition was actually held as a real military display, and not a costume convention. Furthermore, it was sponsored by a prominent figure in the Ghanaian industry, the apostle Dr. Kwadwo Safo Kantanka. All in one. According to his own legend, Dr. Kwadwo Safo Kantanka is many things. Not only is he an inventor and Ghana's first car maker, but he is a religious leader too. He started his own church in the 1970s, but the origins of his title remain uncertain.
What a great combo.
Journalist Raphael Orlov looked into the matter and concluded that, quote, a church with business connections is not altogether uncommon in Africa. It's just that nothing has ever been this technologically advanced or sought this scale of production. Every year since...
Dude's like the African guru version of Elon Musk. He made a fortune making cars. Yeah, it's their Elon Musk. God, imagine... Like, we all know Musk fans can be really culty. Imagine if they were actually are a cult. They must be so obnoxious. Actually, there was a Southern Irish chat show host called Gay Byrne. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, hey, he made it to be a show host, so obviously it turned out all right.
1980, the inventor and guru has organized tech fairs and unveiled a remarkable collection of products. But as his church and power grew, Kantanka's creations also increased in ambition, including robots that were supposed to act like security guards or farm workers. Besides, he also created a wooden helicopter with rocket launchers held on with tape and a uniquely interesting armored vehicle. The Pentecostal pastor founded Kantanka Automobile Company and got the attention of the international media with the vehicles. Even CNN covered the story of the cars made in Ghana and specially crafted for rough conditions. Kantanka offered what seemed to be mature industrial products made in a not particularly industrial nation. But the world eventually learned the truth.
Yeah.
As compelling as the idea is of a domestically run company that offers world-class Ghanaian designed and built cars and trucks, the reality is the company imports everything from a Chinese automaker.
Yeah.
The very vehicles claimed to be designed for Ghana's local conditions are indistinguishable from Chinese models that have been available for years.
Dude, this is the same scam every fucking influencer does, right? This is the dropshipping / like brand merch scam. You've seen this with like a lot of YouTube channels. Once they get very big, they'll like start selling you some fucking food supplement or coffee. There's this coffee brand that only exists so you could put your brand logo on top of their coffee. They actually provide coffee for like most small coffee brands. Buy their coffee from them. They aren't real coffee brands. They're just marketing brands. They buy their coffee from this other obscure company that very few people know about. Stick their logo on the coffee, their like marketing design on it, and then sell you that. But the coffee inside is the same. It's the same as all the other coffee that every other fucking YouTuber shills with their logo on it. It's the same fucking beans inside. The truth, the cars suck, yeah. Headphones or the Quarterings coffee. Yeah, exactly. Something like the I don't know if I didn't know the Quartering did that, but 100% he uses that. Yes, KNF coffee. This is a good example. What does private label mean? You buy it, make it your own, and sell or distribute the product under the label you've created. Many products use private labels, absolutely. They sure do. The funniest is Tim Pool, who sells Jim Backer survival food buckets. No! Dim Tool sells the Jim Backer food buckets? Oh, God. We actually reviewed a tasting of the Jim Backer food buckets on our stream. All right, let's finish this.
Furthermore, the company's CEO admitted to working with an anonymous Chinese partner. Avoiding the obvious. The dubious showcase of local high-tech advancements in 2019 was perhaps the most ludicrous of Kantanka's claims, as his armored personnel carrier might actually endure small arms fire for a few minutes, but not much else. In the words of military technology experts Tyler Rogaway and Joseph Trevithick for The Drive, quote, "It's ungainly, has a civilian-like hobbled-together interior, and is equipped with a few cameras, some sort of weapons turret, a laser rangefinder, and there are a bunch of smoke grenade launchers tacked onto it. The platform that the APC shell is built on looks like some sort of hodgepodge of commercial parts." As for the exoskeletons, they had a clunky assault rifle turret attached to the back, cannons on each arm,
Dude.
and what passed for armor panels covering...
Dude, the turrets. Dude. There's literally nothing connecting the trigger system to anything, right? Like, this gun cannot fire. Or unless someone literally like climbs on his back and puts the finger on the trigger. Yeah, for the guy behind you, exactly. Imagine your head shaking while it fires. Yeah, the fucking recoil, like shaking your head around. This is not Iron Man, this is some Justin Hammer knockoff, yep. Yeah, I think you're right, YOLO Bongan. It's for the guy behind you. It's a rehash of the ancient Roman strategies, okay? The turtle. They had this like turtle formation, testudo formation. There you go. The testicle formation. So you basically you would the people in front would just be holding the shields and focus on they would really focus on like maintaining the shields, and the people behind would have their spares out between the shields. It's literally this. God, no. Oh, no. Read your daddy's message. I was going to, but you're being really fucking obnoxious about me, like, not right away devoting all my stream time to you, because I'm actually doing something when you tuned in. But yes, I'm LGBTQ. Now, fuck off with attention seeking, dude. Like, chill. You can wait a minute for me to respond. My Patriot Supply. Trusted self-reliance. 3-month emergency food supply. Oh, those are the food buckets, right? Jesus Christ. And they are rebranded. I wonder if they're more expensive than the normal non-rebranded food buckets. Yeah, get back in line. He's paying attention to me right now. Yeah. Yo, someone with a sword, get rid of the cringe. Yeah. I'm okay with it for now. Alright, let's continue. God damn.
Turret attached to the back, cannons on each arm, and what passed for armor panels covering the suit. However, Kantanka is regarded as a hero among his followers, and more impressively, his products are accepted as credible. Much like the case of his supposed local cars, there's more to the character and his creations. Kantanka's cars are manufactured in China and only assembled in Ghana. Even so, the automobile company bluntly declares itself as, quote, Africa's #1 choice automaker. Serious military analysts and engineers are perplexed and amused at the bold claims of the apostle. Rogaway and Trevithick even described Kantanka's so-called tank as, quote, something that defies description and has features that appear ripped from an airplane and a trailer-mounted anti-aircraft gun. Even the vehicles that look more realistic in their basic design have obviously fake weapons and other quote-unquote advanced features. Unsurprisingly,
Jesus Christ, what is this? Is this supposed to be a tank? It looks like a deformed fucking, like, car. It looks like a tin can, yeah. There's not the Jim Backer bucket of Bibles, but it's the same add water shit. Okay. He even has an ATST. Oh no.
Other quote-unquote advanced features. Unsurprisingly, when local journalists have dared raise questions about the pastor's products, they've been met with utter scorn. In fact, the company has a significant base of supporters, bolstered by an organic media outlet known as the Kantanka Newsroom. It is said that a local blogger once asked questions about the system's viability, and Nana Safo, one of Kantanka's sons, answered via a scathing hit article titled Ghanaians shame blogger JB Klutse over his 5 stupid questions about Kantanka's exoskeleton.
Oh no. Of course, like, you got a fucking sect leader here. Of course he's gonna go fucking ham on anyone criticizing him. It reminds me of the piglins from Mario, crudely menacing.
Beyond belief. Dr. Kojo Senna, an associate professor at the Department of Sociology for the University of Ghana, explained how the leader hands out free food at the tech fairs, while showing off his inventions to the happy crowds and the politicians in attendance, always trying to obtain votes. But while there are those who regard Kantanka as a hero, Senna remains at best suspicious. He claims the latest technology behind the helicopter and the robots is, quote, beyond my belief. When asking his students and other locals, it was clear they were indeed skeptical, noting a critical factor that other specialists might have overlooked. Everyone was somewhat hopeful.
Oh, there it is.
Technology might work out.
There it is, the ATST. Oh god. Just look at this. Oh, that's the full version. Oh no! It's not even a real walker. It's got fucking wheels under this. I guarantee. It's got fucking wheels inside the feet. Oh god. I have to say, it's really fucking cool that they're making those. Like, if they weren't lying about those. If they weren't lying about those being functional pieces of military technology, I would look at anyone building this and be like, wow, that's really fucking cool. But you're pretending this is some actual functional weaponry?
For decades, Dr. Safo has proudly defended his inventions before an amused international audience. He has been ridiculed in the foreign press and simultaneously backed by the local media. Most experts infer that the Ghanaian people hope to see their nation grow to world-class standards, a long shot from their current reality. As silly as they may appear in plain sight, and as funny as the situation might look from the outside, a deeper look reveals just how unequal the modern battlefield has become, leaving millions virtually unprotected from current threats. The sad display that day was no sadder than the actual reality. In Tingley's words, quote, with the world's superpowers boasting technology that makes anyone else's look like bad cosplay, it's no wonder that terrorism and asymmetrical warfare has become the new norm. Just wait until the real cyborg super soldiers start marching through city streets.
Fair point.
Thank you for watching Dark Tech. Don't hesitate.
I have to say though, I have found renewed faith in Wakanda with watching this. I now believe that they are going to lead the renaissance of African domination. You're just jelly. This is superior technology. I am. I'm absolutely jealous. Wheels are better, but holy, that design, yeah.
You're getting way too big for your boots. You never.
Oh no, poor chicken. Oh no, the chicken. Oh god. What the? Wait, why the fuck are you linking this? What? Giant Doc Martens. Oh, because of the shoes. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, this is true. Okay, if we okay, I know exactly what we're doing. Copy image. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, this is pretty much what they showed us. this is the next level in military technology, brought to you by Oyoyo Industries. We are about to see a revolution in the battlefield, equipped with the highest grade, military certified, huge ass like hipster boots, the absolute weapons grade resting bitch face, and lethal makeup. Wait, it needs this. Oh yeah, the Namaste face. Oh, true. Wait, do I still have it? I think I still have it. Right, let me grab it right here. I think it's in my temporary memes folder. Yep. No, it's not there. Where did I put it away? Oh my god, that desktop, it hurts. Hey. It's actually a long-standing meme of the channel. When I started streaming, I did like a group picture for the people of the community I was a part of. Yeah, so Nusinov is like every single thing here represents someone who was every single thing here represents someone. So the shopping cart full of peanuts is Nusinov. Okay. Where did I put her picture? I don't remember. I'm still waiting for my avatar. Yeah, I should do it again. It was fun doing it. Oh, maybe in my downloads? Nope. Okay, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, it's on screen right now? Oh, you can have the armless, torsoless brat. It's on screen right now. Where did I put the Namaste face? I don't know. Oh, no, it's not this one. Oh, I think I have an idea how to find it. Oh, nope. No, I don't. Alright, never mind. It's too late now. I lost it. I lost the plot. Alright, let me just delete this. Okay, he hates using copy plus paste. Who, me? No, I don't know where I put it was a meme picture from a funny stream like last week or 2 weeks ago. I like paused the video on a perfect frame, and we had some fun memes with the face the person had, but I don't know where I put the picture of that person's face. It's okay. I need to find it again though, for sure. All right, chicken running in shoes. This too. Oh God. Oh no, this is even worse. This is like so uncanny valley. Man, why can't you fucking like play with Legos? Legos are fine. Look at this too. Wait, no, I already clicked that. Boston Dynamics new robot makes soldiers obsolete. Here's why. From 7 months ago. Oh, usually when a title of a video or an article says X thing that's always been useful in the warfare is now obsolete, they're fucking wrong. They're wrong. I already know they're wrong. It's not true. This is not how things work. Oh, this I've seen video. I've seen this video already, yeah. This is really fucking cool. Helmet steered suppressive capability. Shown inactive. There was a rumor one of the raids crossing the Dnipro last week used one of those. That would fucking surprise me. Like, this shit's gotta be hella expensive, and also hella classified and in development. I sincerely struggle to believe that anyone would actually, like, in the US, like, oh, it's a UK company, okay. I sincerely struggle to imagine anyone in the West would give the Ukrainians this technology. Not until it's become widespread. Small platform. I want one of those. I think we all want one of those. It's a really fucking cool concept. Second pilot loitering in cover. Imagine going for coffee in the morning in one of those. Jesus Christ. Because they're still on, by the way. Like, they've landed, they've left them on. You can see like the heat coming out of them. And those things are fucking loud too. Literally a StarCraft Reaper. Yep, pretty much. And it's definitely a really cool technology. Imagine, dude. Imagine the fucking sports you could you can invent with this as well. You could like actually have an Olympic event where people do the like flying through hoops thing. People are scared of AI. I'm scared of jetpack pirates. Is it just mini jet engines and drone balance math? Yeah, I think that's it, pretty much. At least that's what it looks like. Interesting that they censored the crowd. I wonder if that's because the crowd's like acoustic signature. I'm using the fancy military word for It's really fucking loud. It's actually an acoustic signature. It's a nude beach. Yeah, true. It's a nude beach. A couple of years after introducing this to sports, 8 nerds killed in awful Quidditch accident, yeah. The fact that the engines aren't fixed and can move makes it wild. Absolutely. It's actually super wacky technology. And wacky in the sense of, like, crazy to have actually successfully designed it. The way they fly around really makes me think of a fucking insect. It's like a fucking mosquito, like bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Except it's a soldier with a fucking the fucking M16, or it's not an M16, it's an AR, but or whatever. Oh yeah, speaking of guns, I actually got the green light from the gun club for gun ownership. Now I need to do do all the paperwork. I'm absolutely buying a praying mantis helmet when I get one of those things. Nice, congratulations, thank you. It looks crazy fun, and I bet every billionaire will want to buy one and try. Absolutely, like why wouldn't you? If you have the disposable income for that, you would be crazy not to.
Robots will make soldiers obsolete. Here's why. Military robotics technology is not far behind as our world becomes more advanced. If you have seen Corridor Digital's parody video... you may know what the future will look like. Don't worry, the realism of that video is a testament to the advancements in visual effects at the Los Angeles production studio.
Yeah, that video is fake, by the way. Just like if you mind the guy, that's what the guy's saying, but just make sure everyone knows. What do you do for a living? I bully robots. Best job in the world, by the way.
Necessarily robotics. But to be honest, we are not far behind, and in this video we will explore a company and its line of robots that are leading the charge to make soldiers obsolete. Boston Dynamics? If you haven't heard the name before, you may be surprised to know that a company is leading the charge in this area. They are called Boston Dynamics.
Atlas is the culmination of over a decade of hydraulic humanoid robotics work at Boston Dynamics.
A leading robotics research and development company in America, they have been exploring how the military can benefit from robotics and all the ancillary technological innovation related to that for a long time. A leading robotics research and development company in America, they have been exploring how the military can benefit from robotics and all the ancillary technological innovation related to that for a long time. So today, let's take a closer look at this company and its line of robots that will eventually make soldiers obsolete. Boston Dynamics has over the years gained popularity by sharing amazing demonstrations of their robots on social media. Even if you're not familiar with the company per se, you'd have definitely seen the video of a dog-like robot being kicked around and carrying heavy loads. The company, located in Waltham, Massachusetts, was initially founded as an offshoot of a research lab that developed robots at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, in 1992. In 2013, the company was sold to Google X, an Alphabet Incorporated subsidiary. 4 years later, in 2017, the SoftBank Group, based in Japan, bought it. When Boston Dynamics first came into existence, the goal was to improve movement and rough terrain capabilities in robots. 30 years on, their goal now is to imagine and create exceptional robots that can be used for various military and civilian applications. Regarded as leaders and pioneers in robotics, with their robots already capable of performing unimaginable feats, Boston Dynamics is surely coming close to achieving its goal. So
Can't wait to wake up. Can't wait to wake up. Go out for a walk. Hear the ominous creaking of a hydraulically powered robot. Show up, scan me with its sensors. See the machine gun mounted on its back, pivot towards me. As I look into its infrared sensors and pray to God that its friend or foe recognition software doesn't confuse me. It lets me go on my way. walk along a little bit, hear it murder a family, run back home. What a bright future ahead of us. The watermark keeps fucking up and confusing Boston Dynamics for the parody footage, or at least it did it once. The unimaginable feat of walking like a dog, literally cannot imagine. No, okay, you're making fun of that. You shouldn't. The engineering going behind being able to properly reproduce balancing and walking is insane. That is a huge accomplishment. How is that different than cops? Okay. Then your own robodog walks in with a strap on. The ideal future. True. What? Who's a good robot? Good boy.
With the introduction of this mind-blowing company out of the way, let's look at the amazing line of their robots and why we think they will someday make soldiers obsolete. Boston Dynamics robots. Over the years, Boston Dynamics have created and tested many bipedal and quadrupedal robots. Some of their most iconic robots are the Legged Squad Support System, or LS3, a militarized version of Big Dog, their first successful quadrupedal robot. This ruggedized robot is designed to operate in hot, cold, wet, and dirty environments. It can maintain its balance with heavy loads on its back under extreme battle conditions, allowing it to be actively tested by the US Army as a squad support element.
Big Dog can run at 30 miles per hour and carry a ton of weight. Yo, that's crazy.
The next on the list of iconic robots is the Spot Mini, a compact and agile four-legged robot that can scurry around your office, home, or outdoors. The Spot Mini takes the experiences learned by Boston Dynamics while developing Big Dog and LS3 and incorporates them into a quiet, all-electric four-legged robotic dog with astonishing rough terrain mobility and super dog strength. This has already allowed it to be used as a sensing and exploration robot for various civilian and industrial purposes.
I don't know what use I would have for that, but I would love to have this. I would literally not have a use for it. It would just be a toy for me, but I would love to have it. New fear unlocked. Robotic dogs spotted in the wilderness unaccompanied. True. Looks like chunky horses. Cabbage roll plus horse anamorph. It's most likely these will be used on a Mars mission to help construction of buildings. True. True. For space exploration, yeah.
Then there is Handle, a robot concept that was designed for material handling and efficient warehousing. The research led to the creation of Stretch, a fully automated industrial robot that is currently used for efficient warehouse operations.
Poggers. Finally, Amazon warehouse workers. Look at your future. Plus, they don't need a bottle for toilets, true.
Finally,
you will be turned into a robot, yes.
Bipedal humanoid robot designed for a variety of applications and tasks. I'll talk about Atlas in greater detail later in this video, as this robot is more likely to be the testbed for a future robot soldier.
Man, look, I'll believe they can replace me when they beat me in Valorant, okay? Those robots can't do shit until then.
In the last 30-odd years, Boston...
I can beat all of those robots in Valorant.
...to its illustrious lineup. However, it's impossible to go through them all, as this video will become too long. Although all these robots have one thing in common, they all act as a force multiplier, allowing humans to step back and allow the robot to do its thing. And as Boston Dynamics produce more and more such robots that slowly get integrated into the civilian and military world, the company has also diverted its attention to ethical programming. In the world of robotics programming, Boston Dynamics is the champion of this type of programming and has heavily invested its resources into its research. If you just learned about ethical programming, don't worry, you're not alone. Ethical programming is a set of principles that encourage programmers to be honest and aware of their responsibility to protect human rights when writing computer programs. When it comes to military robots, ethical programming is what will influence robot decision-making, making it especially important because these machines will eventually be making life or death decisions. Now that we've discussed all the various robotics research championed by Boston Dynamics, let's turn our attention to the robots that will most likely make soldiers obsolete. Atlas Robot. Remember,
Big Dog is the best. Cringe, ethics LMAO, school.drone strike. Jesus Christ. Okay, this guy's maybe presenting it in a little bit of a soy way, but the truth is those are absolutely key considerations in software development for the future. We've already had AI researchers in Google, for example, petition the company to refuse to develop AI stuff for military applications. And their approach, it's a valid approach. It's like, yes, we will do it. We'll develop military applications for this technology, but we will find an ethical way to approach the problems you want us to solve. And yeah, like I said, I was joking about like friend or foe systems mowing you down in the street. That is probably one of the most contentious parts of military application of automation. Automated turrets, automated drones, units, whatever it is, are extremely dangerous if they make mistakes on what is a foe or what is a friend. So yeah, they better fucking take into consideration the ethics of what they're doing when they're designing those systems. At the same time, Musk is bullshitting to a level which is like comedy. Just look at this bullshit. So are humans. Yes. Ironically enough, and I was actually going to bring this up as well, Jokes though. So thanks for pointing it out. Ironically enough, as much as people are gonna cry about the dangers of an algorithm mistaking foe for friend or friend for foe, the truth is, friendly fire is part of some of the most dangerous things that can happen on the battlefield. I don't want to say statistically speaking, because obviously in open warfare, it's the enemy party that's more dangerous. But I remember seeing some statistics, I think, about the war in Iraq. There was a lot of casualties caused just by friendly fire and not actual open combat. Friendly fire is a very real threat in all war. In all combat situations, in all military applications, rather, I should say. Even in peacetime, friendly fire can happen. So yeah, humans are a threat. And like Nusnov said, from like a philosophical, ethical perspective, the problem is humans can be held accountable, but with a robot, with a system, with an AI, the accountability becomes more complicated. That's why, even though we know that AI-driven cars will probably cause far less accidents than humans on average, we still are very loath to accept them, and we expect an extremely high level of resilience from AI-driven cars because, at least when humans cause accidents, we can hold them accountable. With an AI, we still haven't figured that problem out. Who's going to actually be responsible for the accident? Not to mention, obviously, the trolley problems as well that the AI will be able to calculate and face.
when I said I'd tell...
Hey, TXD Beast, how you doing? Welcome back to the stream. Doing good, and you? We're just chilling. We're watching a video about Boston Dynamics. Are Boston Dynamics robots gonna replace soldiers? Spoiler, probably not. But this guy in the video believes they are, or at least made a video to make us believe that they are. I don't believe anyone serious can believe that soldiers are gonna be replaced by robots. But yes, so robots will definitely be a big part of warfare in the future. That's for certain. And Boston Dynamics robots are fucking amazing. So we're enjoying the show.
Tell you more about the Atlas robot? Well, here goes. The Atlas robot is Boston Dynamics' best product to date. It's also the most complex and technologically advanced robot in its lineup. When talking about military robots that can do some actual soldiering, Atlas is perhaps the only candidate in the world suited for it. First unveiled in 2013 when it was starting to learn how to walk, the Atlas robot team has since made great strides. The robot learned to walk just like we all did, by falling a few times before it got it right. And the team has shared shared their achievements and milestones with us on their social media throughout. Now, the Atlas can walk, run at a speed of 2.5 meters per second, jump, do a backflip, balance on one leg, and even shake its tail feathers. I think that the last bit is the only thing a human can beat it at right now, but Atlas already has the upper hand because it will keep developing, and maybe one day it will be the best dancer in the whole world. Before that happens, the Boston Dynamics team plan to have the Atlas robot drive, climb ladders, put out fires, shut off valves, open doors, and operate powered equipment in environments where humans cannot survive. Because the Atlas was developed to aid emergency
Okay, even that is like, obviously there are a lot of environments where humans can't survive, but there's this funny anecdote. I imagine we can make much more ruggedized, much more durable technology nowadays, but there's this funny anecdote from the Chernobyl fixing work that happened after the explosion. They had built robots that were supposed to help install some of the parts of the containment dome that were going to be in particularly dangerous areas. The robots, literally, the circuits melted, and well, I don't know if they melted, but the radiation caused the robot circuits to malfunction within barely a minute or two. However, humans could actually operate in those conditions at great risk to their health, but they still could operate in those conditions. So the robots were developed for that situation. They were tried, they were tested, and in the end, the work still had to be done by human crews. They were alternating. There were so I think the estimate for the deadly dose of radiation was something like 3 minutes. So they were basically doing like 2-minute shifts on the roof of the Chernobyl power plant, and trying to put together the containment dome. And robots weren't able to help. Like, what I'm trying to say basically is, people tend to underestimate a little bit how resilient our human body actually is. It's going to take a lot for this robot to be able to survive certain conditions that we can actually do crazy things in. Obviously, though, it's better to risk a robot than a human life to, like save someone from a burning building. That's still, like, losing the robot, no big deal. Losing someone's life, that is obviously always a big deal. Holy crap, I remember the Chernobyl scene. That was insanely cool. Wait, why not just surround the robot in human flesh? True. True. Well, we can even use the flesh from the other people who died in the fire. We should program the robots. Okay, this is the solution. We should program the robots to find corpses and put on the flesh. I'm sure that's the best. I think that's the best solution for the situation. Yeah, I see no problems with that. I saw a video of Robodog a few days ago, and he was awesome. Yeah, it's incredible technology.
Services in search and rescue operations, it has the greatest potential for soldiering in the future, which is probably one reason why US government research agencies like DARPA are also said to be heavily invested in this project. Along with its impressive motor movements, the scientists behind the project have also been working on developing a paradigm-shifting neural net AI that powers Atlas.
Required for control, perception, and estimation happens on board its 3 computers.
This AI has allowed Atlas to become a self-learning robot, as mentioned earlier with the example of walking. Just like a human baby, Atlas's AI trained itself to walk, run, jump, avoid obstacles, and even help to make decisions based on its environment. With every failure and use case presented to it, the AI learns and tries to extract the most out of its mechanical body. So this robot represents a true synergy between mechanical parts and an AI-powered programmed brain. That's why Atlas can potentially make soldiers obsolete in the future.
Why is the stock photo for AI programming of like a fucking cyborg looking at molecules, science? We should make zombie AI robots. Please chill. No chill. Only zombie robots. They should hire us to the ethics committee. Absolutely. By the way, follow you on Twitter. Yo, thank you so much, TXD Beast. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of following, my TikTok account got banned, so I'll be inaugurating the new TikTok account tomorrow. It already exists. If you want to give it a follow right now, let me plug it real quick. What did I do? I had clips. I had clips uploaded from back when you could do Andrew Tate React content on TikTok. And they were fine with it for a year, right? Since the Andrew Tate ban. And suddenly they discovered that I had Andrew Tate videos still on my TikTok, and I got banned for that. So top G, yeah. So yeah, I got banned for having some like. And the funniest thing is that the link doesn't work. Oh wait, let me. Oh, did I mess that up? Wait, view profile. Oh, it's at Oyoyo Clips. Sorry, my bad. And I'll be re-uploading the bangers from the old TikTok account. Obviously not the Andrew Tate videos. And new clips, obviously, as well. Forgot there was an at in the TikTok URLs. But yeah, so that's what I got banned for Andrew Tate stuff. Which is fine. Like, it's been months since I uploaded anything about Andrew Tate as well, but it is what it is.
Currently, Boston Dynamics have military contracts under an early adopter package for a few robots in their lineup of robots. More excitingly, some of their robots have already been field tested, with satisfying results. Looks like robots may just join the military sooner than we expected. So let's take a look at the type of robots that are
Yay.
and can be used by the military.
I can't wait to be killed by a robot. That's so much more exciting than just being killed by some fucking 19-year-old who's going to be traumatized for life. Feels good, man.
Around the world. Type of robots for military. There are 3 types of robots that militaries can choose from. These are automatic robots, automated robots, and autonomous robots. The first type of automatic robots are
The fucking mech. This is the fucking Metal Gear up in here.
automated robots and autonomous.
Dude, this is actually Metal Gear right up in here. Honestly, I'd rather die from a glitch than a racist. Fair enough. The funniest Andrew Tate video is his explanation why real men drink sparkling water and comes down to not being a cuck. I know! And you know what I love even more so about that video? I fucking love sparkling water. I actually don't care. Like, I'll criticize Andrew Tate on a lot of things, but that video is fucking based, okay? I 100% support him. Drink sparkling water. Pop out that San Pellegrino, okay? That shit's dank. Yeah, since seeing him, obviously I only drink San Pellegrino, yes, of course. the blender to the twister, 3 the fucker. Exactly.
Robots. The first type, automatic robots, are robots that respond to external inputs in a mechanical way. These robots have no ability to discriminate the inputs, so they will carry out a command as it was given indiscriminately. They also have no ability to function without those inputs. Usually a human being is operating it. This means that these robots need human controllers. They may go out on the battlefield and reduce human soldiers there, but they will need a human being's input in the control room to function. Automatic robots are already highly used by armies around the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's literally the drones, right? That's literally the Predator drones, all the UAVs and all that stuff. That obviously there's a pilot piloting them. They are robots. They don't need wheels or legs to not be robots. They're still fucking robots. I can't wait to pet my robot. You can actually already have like a pet robot. I think they're pretty like just shitty gadgets, but some people enjoy them, I guess.
Clearing robots or EOD robots that neutralize IEDs and bomb threats. Moving right along, we go to the second type.
Oh no, dude, this robot, I think it's called Paper or something. I didn't work on the project where we had to program that robot, but my boss in the company I used to work for, he was developing software for this robot because one of the companies that was subcontracting us, they wanted this Pepper. It's Pepper. They wanted Pepper to be a part of the part of their like something in one of their offices. It is such a shit show. This Pepper fucking sucks, okay? As a software developer who had to look at the technology behind it, Pepper is a piece of shit. Do not buy it. Do not invest money into it. It's horrible. Boiling hot take, they shouldn't have allow robots to have human expressions. Oh, dude, you missed I think it was last week, we watched a video about sex robots. There is this guy who basically is developing like automated heads that you can glue to like a sex doll, and the automated head has like the craziest, most horrible fucking expressions. I don't understand. Like, I guess the guy says it himself in the interview. Those aren't for people who want like something to have, like a human being to have sex with. Those are for people who actually like having sex with like a doll or robots. So for like Mr. Girl, basically. Pepper was discontinued in 2020. Thank God. Who the hell wants this?
These are robots that carry out commands in a chronological and pre-programmed manner. Most automated robots are predictable because they are limited by algorithms determining how they operate and behave. This means that automated robots can be programmed.
You can like both. Yes, you can.
Forces in a specific manner, or even have their path to.
Actually, Mr. Girl didn't really like having sex with that doll, if I recall correctly. Oh, okay. I'll confess I never watched his sex doll review, so I don't know.
To the enemy camps programmed into their navigation systems. Automatic robots exist in today's armies as well.
Do you have a link or something? Do not post the link in chat. I will have to time you out to delete the message. It's TOS. But yes, damn that. I think it's on Pornhub or something. If you really want to go look for it. But it's literal porn. Like he will have sex with a sex doll in the video. Before watching the Musk Tesla bot, you might want your wife to watch, as it's probably the most ridiculous thing at a press conference ever. I thought when I first watched it. Oh yeah, I saw it live. I saw it live. The Musk Tesla bot. I was watching the conference live on stream actually. There's a VOD of it somewhere back in the archives.
Such as pre-programmed reconnaissance drones that fly without human input, or fire control robots that are programmed to spot enemy vehicles and call in the artillery automatically. The final type of robot, the autonomous robot, is the cause of much debate. These are robots that can be programmed to be able to make choices between different options. Even though they are still constrained by their programming, they can exercise independent judgment using high-level artificial intelligence. This is the type of robot that will eventually make soldiers obsolete. Depending on the battlefield scenario and mission objectives, an autonomous robot can decide who may appear as a threat and respond.
The thing is, sure, on some level, if those robots become cheap enough and ubiquitous enough and advanced enough, they would make foot soldiers perhaps obsolete to a certain extent, but you're never going to make soldiers obsolete. You still need human beings on the ground to occupy territory. You can't take over a city, because like war is not just shooting things. War is also the politics and diplomacy and the interactions with the local population, etc., etc. You need human beings. You actually still gonna need human beings, whatever happens. Unless we're fighting fucking Zerg out in space, then sure, you can send the drones.
They lead a group of other autonomous or automated robots and accomplish complex battlefield objectives that now require human soldiers. The ultimate form of Boston Dynamics Atlas will fall into this category of robots. Despite its challenges, you can see why the militaries would be interested in such a system. The idea that you don't have to suffer human casualties to achieve some military objective is too alluring for any army command to pass on. That's why we see huge amounts of investments being poured into autonomous drone research as well. Various air forces have already started work in this field with the ultimate goal of creating fully autonomous drones that can fly, detect threats, make decisions, and kill without any human interference. Although there are huge challenges to overcome before any of these systems come online. Not just technical, but also moral and legal. But it's quite a future we're heading towards. So let's end this.
It's quite a future we're heading towards.
The advantages and disadvantages of autonomous robots fighting wars instead of humans. Advantages. Every technological paradigm has advantages and disadvantages. The most obvious advantage here is that robots fighting wars can save countless human lives. They do not.
I love how they put a fucking clip of Terminator. The robots can save countless human lives. Terminator, meanwhile, destroying the human species. 400 Boston Dynamics bots playing the national anthem in unison kind of holds the territory, IMO. Sure.
So they can't experience fear or trauma. They are tireless and can achieve extraordinary feats of strength that no human being can. They can be sent into terrains and temperatures that no human being can survive, such as nuclear waste areas and extremely hot or cold temperatures. All this means that they can participate in hugely dangerous missions and carry out orders with the same precision every time. Autonomous robots can be updated and upgraded.
Yeah, and like I said, it's more complicated than that. But sure.
These soldiers can be upgraded in less time than it would take to train human soldiers. Also, since they are manufactured products, there is the potential for mass production, so replacements should be available at much less cost. But they do come with some disadvantages. Disadvantages. As great as those advantages sound, there are a few disadvantages to having autonomous robots in the military. The first and most obvious one is that autonomous robots fully rely on their human programming, so they are vulnerable to hacking. Imagine having your army of robots hacked by the enemy and used against you. Now that's a Terminator-style nightmare waiting to happen. Besides hacking, since they are mechanical,
I mean, sure, but that depends on how you can design them in a way where they can't be hacked. If they're truly autonomous, you can design them in a way where they cannot receive like orders that change their friend or foe analysis. At best, they can receive orders that will make them like go somewhere where they're being useless. They can be neutralized by hacking, but if you design them properly, they can't be hacked in a way that's going to kill your own soldiers or your own troops. But sure, that could happen. I'm just waiting for the big one. What in my opinion is the really big issue with autonomous like murder systems.
things, they can malfunction on the battlefield and fall into enemy hands. Although there is much debate around this, there are potential risks associated with artificial intelligence, especially armed AI that has been let loose on other humans. But even if we assume that the future autonomous robots don't take over humanity, there is still the risk of having the few who control the technology oppress the many who don't have access to it. Now that's a dystopian future that I certainly don't want to see happen. So you see, there are a lot.
Okay, he almost says it right there. It's more complicated than the few who will have this technology will oppress the many who don't. Basically, some historians believe that one of the main forces for peacekeeping in human history is the cost of human life. It's that whenever we've wanted to wage war upon our neighbor, we've had to consider the very real cost of the war, all the people who will die, all the families who will lose their loved ones, who will be against the war, etc., etc. So that weighs into the political decisions that determine whether we are at war or at peace. If there is no human cost to war, a lot of people are afraid that war will become widespread once again throughout the world. Well, I'm saying once again because there's always been war in human history, but I shouldn't be saying once again that war will become widespread all across the world. Basically, robots cost dollars, yes, but so do human beings. In fact, the way most economists and insurance companies value human beings, it's likely that those robots are going to be less valuable than the value of a human life, depending on, obviously there's other factors at play, but I think it's likely that they will be worth less, especially when it comes to the political decision of, are we going to intervene militarily in this situation? If you can intervene militarily in a situation at zero human or a near zero risk of human loss of life for your side, you're going to be much more likely to intervene. And more intervention by your military means literally going to war, right? Or at least battle. Nah, my IR bones aren't, my international relations bones aren't feeling that. I think it's a legit hypothesis. Obviously, only time will tell. But I think that's a very legitimate fear to have when it comes to automated warfare systems. If you could parachute 10 of these into, say, Putin's compound with self-destruct systems, and when they get close to him, I think he'll have a suicide squad that can end a war before it started. I'm sure. I know what you mean. But I have to be pedantic about it though, and say that I don't even know if like killing Putin, especially in that way, killing Putin in that way would probably not end the war. But I don't know. This guy is just saying things at this point. A video essay. Yeah, I know what you mean. I also put a thermonuclear bomb on a big dog, and it would be like a land torpedo. Yes. Are there more wars now that we have drones? Not necessarily, but the drones aren't as much of a... drones by themselves aren't an issue in this calculation, because you still need troops on the ground to actually control territory, right? The drones are a huge game changer in how the war is conducted, but you still have to risk human lives in order to accomplish any real military objectives. But they have... we have already seen that like callousness when it comes to military intervention in the usage of drones, right? Or I should rather say in the usage of Air Force, because generally speaking, like because of the technological advantage of, say, like the U.S. Air Force compared to the rest of the world, I don't think a manned aircraft is much more a threat of loss of human life and when like doing a strike in the Middle East than a drone. Though obviously there's a higher risk. But we've seen that kind of with the situations like in Syria, where there's been like some level of military intervention, but obviously not full-out war. I think being able to intervene in a safer way definitely facilitates those decisions. Now, does that mean we wouldn't have intervened if there weren't UAVs? Probably not. Probably it would have still been, you know, fighter jets flying over Syria and all that stuff. Enforcing. I don't remember the details. Was the like no-fly zone that was being enforced by the U.S. or fuck. I don't remember all of the details from back then. I don't know. We'll see. But the hypothesis I'm describing is one where land control can be at least partially guaranteed by robotics. Japan releases fully functioning female robots. Now that's
The idea of humanoid
what we wanted.
robots has been around for decades. For those of you who don't know, Art Science Museum modeled on a human. This time it is the late mathematician Ada Lovelace. Ada Miller released Ada to follow every instruction given by the human fluidly.
She follows every instruction given. The perfect wife. Sophie, I found your replacement. I found the replacement for my girlfriend. Perfect. She's Japanese too, so obviously she's the perfect
A
girlfriend.
wider range of expressions that it can use to communicate with humans. It uses
Yes.
artificial intelligence
That's
to
my future waifu.
Can she play Mahjong?
Can she play Mahjong? I don't know. Probably can teach her. I really think this is the future. Oh yeah.
Yes.
I love this clip.
Yes.
209.
This is Ghana level. This is the Ghana tier technology, by the way.
Yes.
With
The
the legs,
shoes.
yeah. Man, RoboCop was so fucking cool.
The enforcement droid, Series 209, is a self-sufficient law enforcement robot.
All right, let's end this before the VOD gets copyright striked.
Yes.
Still, now that we have drones, that means the loss of human life in air warfare is gone. Yeah, and I would have to look at if that has impacted the decision making. Like I was saying, in like recent conflicts where we've only used the Air Force, right? If it's a conflict where that necessitated deployment of ground forces, then the automation of the Air Force doesn't really matter. But if it's a conflict where we intervene only with the Air Force, then yeah, have we intervened more easily because of that? Or are we still as reticent to intervene, regardless of whether pilots' lives are being risked or not? I don't know. I don't think there's enough history to really come to a conclusion on that, to be fair. But we probably could look already at a few conflicts and see if that's even... And it would be really hard because we're trying to understand intention here. And we could try to suss out the intention by looking at the archives of the discussions in government as to whether we should intervene or not, the debate in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know if that will... I don't know if that can really give us the answer. And once again, the thing people are afraid of is when the ground army gets at least partially automated. When you can conduct a full-scale like military operation on the ground without any human beings being involved. That's kind of where it gets scarier when it comes to war all around. When it comes to... I don't know. We'll see. You bring up a good point in that it probably hasn't really affected military thinking yet, or political thinking about warfare yet. Actually, a robot jet based on maybe the intelligence of a bird of prey, like a red kite, would outfly any human mainly due to the G-forces. Oh yeah, true. The G-forces impact that as well. Doesn't that fear exist because they don't understand the real motives behind war? I don't think that's a fair critique, right? For example, a lot of people believe that one of the main reasons why the U.S. Pulled out of Vietnam was because of the changing domestic opinion on the war in Vietnam, and that would not have happened if American soldiers' lives were not being risked on the ground. Fully functioning female robots. Holy fuck, that's hilarious. Yeah, I know. I'd argue that information availability has done more to reduce war than UAVs have added to it. Yes, but that information availability only tugs at people's heartstrings, only really affects our opinions when there's human beings involved. Now, people will still care about the victims of the robotic warfare implements, but it's going to be one less thing to take into account. I'm not talking about those motives. I'm talking about those motives. Those are the specific motives that this part of the specific motives that this paradigm shift would affect. Now, is that enough to change whether we go to war or not? I don't know. If the surge in Iraq was if the surge in Iraq was robot ants with machine guns, I think America would probably have stayed till the end of the century. Maybe. That's kind of the fear. What, do you want to ask hypotheticals? You want to ask Biden some hypotheticals? Sure, if I could, I would love to. I don't understand the point of your question. I'd love to have a discussion on the ethics of automated war machines with Biden. I think that would be a really interesting discussion, especially now that he's been vice president of the U.S. during wartime. He's been president and ended the war in Afghanistan. I think he would absolutely have it would absolutely be a very interesting discussion. Of course, I would love to discuss that. Hypothetically, are you a robot, Mr. President? Or we could look at the literature of what makes countries go to war or not. Yeah, sure. That would give a good basis, absolutely, for evaluating that. But the thing is, and I understand where you're coming from, that the literature does not consider the value of human life. That's what you're basically telling me. That the literature you know of does not consider the loss of human life as an actual pertinent factor as to whether we go to war or not. Does that mean that will continue being the case when the nature of warfare has changed because of technology? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, if you can point me towards stuff I should read to educate myself more on the matter, I'm absolutely down for it. I'd love to read your recommended reading on the topic. So maybe that will change my mind. Yeah. My hypothetical would be, can't we send all the MAGAs to Mars one way? Oh, no. Then you're going to create Australia 2.0, okay? If you send all the people you don't want in your society to that other place, they're going to end up making a fucking country out of it. And they have a whole planet to make that country, okay? I don't know if that's the best for the long-term future. All right. In the meantime, it's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, yeah. Though I haven't read that yet. All right. I need to get back to Diamond 2 and Valorant, okay? There are some priorities here, like war, international relations, all that kind of stuff. That's really cool and important, but we got important shit to do here. Make a deep fake of Trump on Mars and they'll go by choice. It's a lot simpler than that. Look at recent history where we have better technology, that is less loss of human life and less wars. Do we really have less wars though? I think it's a much more complex question on one hand. And on the other hand, we actually have had continuous conflict in human history regardless. If anything, I'd say the material conditions of the people seems to correlate more with how much war there is. This hypothesis is quite dumb and preys on the ignorance of people. I don't think so. I think you're being overly dismissive of it, at this point at least. Like, I'm not saying I 100% will, defend it to the death. I'm skeptical of it as well, but I'm not dismissive of the idea as you are. Do you think the Boston Dynamics robots peek corners? I'm sure they know better. Yeah, of course. They know to only sit in the corner and look at their feet. Of course. Oh. All right, let me change on YouTube as well. I'm dismissive because I'm able to poke so many holes into it with what I know. No. You've made assertions. I've asked you for like what's the literature? What's the fucking what's the fucking thought process there? You claim there's less wars right now. I don't even know if that's really true. I don't even think that's true, that there's less war right now, except if you look at extremely local scale. Sure, like the US on its territory hasn't been involved in war in a long time. Western Europe either. Our world in data, war and peace. Thank you. That's what I want. Actual data. We're currently working on a historical data set on conflict deaths and casualties. War and peace after 1945. Deaths in state-based conflicts by world region. Unsurprisingly, really went down after the end of the Cold War. And, well, ever since the war... yeah, ever since 2012, well, all of the ISIS stuff, basically. Okay, so it's basically gone down in post Cold War, for the most part. And then, yeah, we've had more warfare in recent, or more deaths rather. This is a chart of deaths in state-based conflicts. More deaths in the past decade, once again. Deaths in conflicts, world 1989 to 2020. It was this one-sided violence. Was this... What year was this? 1994? Oh, wait, was this a genocide? Oh, yeah, the genocide in Rwanda. Yeah. That's the genocide in Rwanda. A greater number of increasingly less deadly conflicts, I think, is the key paragraph. The share of battle deaths is declining even faster. Oh, yeah, a greater number of increasingly less deadly conflicts. The stacked area chart here shows that the number of ongoing conflicts has risen. This increase, however, only relates to civil conflicts within states. Conflicts related to the expansion or defense of colonial empires ended with decolonization. Conflicts between states have almost ceased to exist. but the number of war victims varies hugely between different wars. Whereas over 1 million died during the Korean War, other wars had just 1,000 victims. For this reason, statistics on the number of wars need to be interpreted alongside data on the size of those conflicts. Now, what we would need to counter with this to study the question of, hey, can automation have an impact on the actual data we would need? This is interesting data, but just as this still doesn't tell us anything. The data we would need to look at this point would be mostly the U.S. because mostly the and Turkey. Like, okay, basically any state that has access to UAVs that has been involved in UAV, in air-only interventions, military interventions, and have those countries been more warmongering or not, or more specific, or ideally we would look at the specific interventions those countries have taken part in, and try to suss out if those interventions would have happened anyways. What about asking the question why the data you're looking at right now is the way it is? Because there could be many, many different explanations of it, right? Obviously, a big part is, hey, the end of the Cold War. The Cold War was a great source of conflict, so we have a lot less deaths here. Then in the past decade, we've had huge instability in the Middle East, so a lot of deaths in the Middle East. Like, okay, yeah, that explains a lot. What was death rate in state-based conflicts by conflict type? Okay, as death rates in the conflicts themselves they'll seem to be really dependent on how strong the conflict is, more so than any like technological innovation. Otherwise it would be more, but it seems to be to go downward as but we have more and more state-based conflicts themselves. We have more actual conflicts with interventions than before. Do you realize that your explanation is wars occur, therefore deaths? What? What the fuck are you on about? I'm trying to explain the graphs I'm looking at. We do have more and more wars, actually. Which goes counter to what you were claiming earlier, based on zero data, by the way, because the data contradicts you. At least in the 20th, at least post 1945. I imagine if we go further past that, there's a lot of warfare. Discord time. Oh God. All right. All right, what's going on?
I could give two shits about some random insurgency that wants to overthrow its government. Okay.
Okay,
Obviously,
dude, no,
I'm not talking about intra-state wars. And obviously, you're not talking about that either. Because
yeah, I know. That's why I said
land force occupations. So that's obviously.
That's why I said those graphs are irrelevant to this discussion. But
No,
then you come at me.
You're not. I'm not being explicit about this, but I'm trying to get you to question these trends as to why it's occurring. But your answer has been like incredibly surface level, which is, oh, wars occur, therefore there's deaths. Like, oh, there's this event going on, so therefore these deaths. That's not an explanation. That's a description of reality.
Yes,
That's
I'm looking at a phenomena.
Not a causation. So then, like, here's me who like has all this background, just pulling out my hair because you're not asking the right questions, or you're just totally going to the wrong.
Okay,
direction.
dude. Maybe instead of like fucking going on a fucking condescending rant, just tell me. Okay, what's your explanation? What's the right explanation?
So trigger when you're like, oh, the data does not agree with you. I'm like, oh my fuck.
Because earlier, like fucking 15 minutes ago, in chat, you're saying, "Hey, dude, look, there's less wars."
There are less wars. And therefore there are less deaths.
There aren't
Is
less
that the case
conflicts,
because
but
we have like is that the case because we have less technology? Because when we have less technology, there are more human lives being lost. Is that the logic that we're using? No, that's
no,
not.
because I said
It
if
seems to be
you
the
yourself
case.
are
It seems to be the
listening.
case. No, hold on. It seems to be the case that when we have this is totally like correlation, not causation, but it seems to be the case that when we do see a trend of increasing technological advancements, there are less deaths and less wars. Now, why is that the case?
We are not seeing less wars, but yes, there are. Dude, look, I myself
Are
said
you
earlier,
kidding me?
and I myself can see. I'm looking at the data because it's
Including
interesting.
Civil wars. You're including civil wars, which have no bearing to this technological trend.
Yes,
Because
I
those
understand.
civil wars do not utilize higher technology.
Yes, I agree.
So
And I myself said
why are
none
those-
of this
why are
data
those-
is
why are there civil wars then?
relevant.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a better directed question. Okay? No, I need to take over this because like this is the education gap, okay? So why are there civil wars occurring at an increasing higher rate than before? Why is that the case?
I
do you
think,
think
okay, I think it's really fucking stupid to generalize something that's like a civil war is going to be a unique production of the
Okay, so you're not
socioeconomic and historical
there
conditions of
actually is.
every
There
single
actually is a
country.
general answer to this.
Okay, educate us.
Okay, so you know how at a certain period in history we decided as a global community that like sovereignty is really important. Fixed borders is really important, right?
Yes.
Okay, rule of law, all that stuff. States don't die, they just fail. But the borders are still fixed. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, look at a continent like Africa, which because of the Berlin Conference and you fucking Europeans, Lamau, decided to split up ethnic groups, whether they be like together or not together. And you see how that could create massive conflict when we have fixed borders like that. When we have different interest groups who want to take up arms in order to achieve power because they don't like what is the status quo.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When you have different interest groups competing in one country for power,
Yes.
taking up arms in order to do so. Like that's why we have a number of areas dominantly in the global south that are just plagued by civil wars over and over. And that's why we have warlords. That's exactly what's going on in Sudan. You have a general from a military establishment and you have a warlord.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know what
okay.
interest they are. It might be diamonds, it might be fucking drugs, it might be like
Okay, sure. Remind me how the fuck that's relevant to the discussion of whether automation might make the decision to go to war easier or harder.
Or is that increase does that increase have anything to do with higher technology or automation?
It's got nothing to do with it in
Exactly,
this specific case.
it has
Yes.
nothing to do with it. So why the fuck will we extrapolate from what we know about war and the motives and why and what increases it and what decreases it, and then like believe in some sort of like conspiracy theory?
It's not a. Oh my god, you're so fucking.
No, it
you're so
totally
fucking
is.
obnoxious
It
right now.
totally is. No, it totally is. Like
It's not a conspiracy
this
theory. It's a fucking hypothesis on human behavior.
it's based. It's like a conspiracy theory level.
Okay, you think people don't give a shit? We don't give a shit that like our fucking brothers, sisters, parents, children, they're going to war to risk their lives. You think that has no fucking impact on the political decision of going to war? Is like what the fuck?
You really think that like Biden is sitting in the office? He's like, all right, do I pull the trigger? And it's like, oh my god, that brother and sister in the downtown, like middle of Ohio. Oh no, what are they gonna do?
Okay, let me rephrase it in a way that's gonna get through this fucking wave of autism here, dude. When Biden, of course, Biden doesn't think that. What Biden's thinking of, hey, I have a voter base. They're gonna be unhappy if people around them are dying. They're gonna be unhappy if I'm sending them off to fucking war. It better be fucking worth it. There has to be a really good reason.
Do authoritarian regimes have a higher rate of going to war?
I don't know, but I would suspect that they do. Yeah.
Whoa! So you don't even know that. But
Yeah,
you're
do
going
you?
to make the claim that democracies are more prone to that kind of thinking, but you don't have any sort of clue that authoritarian regimes who have absolutely no care about whatever voting base they have because they just don't get any votes.
They still care about popularity. That's also not entirely true, though. Obviously, they have less to worry about it.
Well, okay, so it has nothing to do with voter base.
Yes, it does. Dude, okay, so you disagree with all the historians.
Just change it to say like it's about approval.
Sure. Oh my God. Wow, you blew me out with the semantic change. Yeah, that completely destroys my argument. Okay, thank you. Yes, it's about approval. Yes.
I'm trying to make you a better debater.
Dude. I'm hoping I don't debate this fucking. Dude, you're so uncharitable sometimes. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, but it's fun.
I don't know. I guess pulling teeth out is fun too. That's why people are dentists.
Okay, then the
Fair
next
enough.
time I'll be more nicer. Okay, it's a back and forth.
Sure.
All right, but like,
Fair enough.
are you not going to consider that like maybe over the course of history we have created and abided by certain norms of not going to war even when we do have higher technology?
I think it depends, right? There are situations where there are absolutely are situations where higher technology was probably one of the biggest prompts leading towards not necessarily war, but conflict in the sense, or domination, right? Colonization, I think, is kind of the glaring example in history. We had a huge industrial and technological advantage in Europe, and that translated to taking over half the fucking world with a lot of conflict and very brutal.
All right, so let's take that, okay, and apply that, but and see if the logic applies of, oh, there's less loss of lives, and therefore this is happening.
Well, in that specific case, people were still risking their lives, right? The idea of it was more that the technology was force multipliers. So like a single person with a better musket or rifle could kill a bunch of people with worse weaponry. But
do you see how that is different from like preserving life versus being able to take life?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We're talking the idea of technology that could actually preserve human lives in conflict. In this case, automation is a very recent one.
They didn't care about preserving human life because they were still sending people out there, and they were dying by disease, and they were still dying by deaths in the wars or conflicts, whatever they were putting.
Yeah, because it was considered to be worth it.
What was the main logic behind European domination around the world when it came to technology, its technological edge, is that it's simply they had more power than the other in order to enact their will.
Yeah, of course.
It had nothing to do with like, oh, now there's less of us dying, so I guess we could do this now. Like, it's not that docile. And
yes,
the same thing is true right now, in which the United States, we are still willing to send people out there to die. But the calculus isn't, oh, there's less of us dying. The calculus is more of them are going to die than us, and we are going to get more resources out of it than we put in. And also for all the other reasons. But unless we're not just going to start going to
this
war
doesn't
because
this doesn't disagree with anything I've saying. I'm saying it's a calculus where we weigh the costs versus the benefits. Politically speaking, like if we're talking on a state level, you got the administration that's going to weigh the costs versus the benefits. All I'm saying, and I don't understand why you're denying this, is that part of the costs is the human lives. You're gonna even, and I'm not saying this from this like weird emotional place where you like kind of strawman earlier, like, oh no, is Biden thinking about the brothers and sisters? I don't even care if he thinks about that. I'm saying like from a strictly purely rationalist perspective, that matters because first off, that's going to affect approval. Secondly, that's going to affect economic capability. If you have a lot of people dying, those people aren't going to be able to work, aren't going to be able to produce.
Does it affect approval?
What?
Does it affect approval?
Well, in modern times, yes. War affects approval, absolutely. whether positively at first when the
Alright,
nationalist
then
sentiment,
I can
etc.,
send you
but
something that-
negatively once once like media coverage comes out of the atrocities of war, the human costs of war generally, and so on and so forth, right?
I could send you something that I think goes against it. I might
Sure.
need to read it again because it's been a while. But basically, like even when the media does start reporting on battle deaths, it doesn't really change approval and disapproval. You know what really starts to change approval and disapproval? Whether or not we're winning. That's why Vietnam was such a big fuck up. It's not that people were dying, it's that we were sending people to die and not winning. You see, if we were winning, then it's worth it.
Interesting.
If Afghanistan was a success, then we would be celebrating. We would say that was worth it. Same thing for Iraq.
Okay, I hadn't so like many people, I'd seen the theory that it's the coverage of the atrocities and the deaths in Vietnam that was one of the main motivators for the opposition to the war. So I was kind of sticking with that, but with this new information, yeah, sure. You're saying you have like something to link me on that?
On Vietnam specifically? Or
Not specifically Vietnam, just on this trend that it's
Yeah,
actually
sure.
the turning
I'll send it to
point.
you after.
Yeah, sure. That it's actually the like losing the war that matters more than the actual deaths. I'm interested in that. Yeah, because then that definitely changes the information that I'm working with, right? I'm willing to change my mind on reading that.
Okay, and then like I'm going back to this. Are you not going to consider the power of norms?
The power of norms. What do you mean by that?
That's right. This is my personal belief, but I think it is a very strong belief. One of the reasons why we are in less wars, at least between countries, is that we just realized that it's not right. It's not the right thing to do.
Well, sure, that's a powerful thing.
I don't think automated like infantrymen is going to change that. I don't think we're gonna start rolling into Mexico and Canada because we're like, all right, we got robot armies.
It definitely would take a lot to change the people's perspective on it. I agree that there's a general consensus that peace is good and war is bad in general. The thing that worries me with that is that consensus, when it comes to, I guess going back to the question of like approval, when it comes to that consensus generally seems to be extremely weak the further away from yourself it's happening, right? So like you're saying Canada and Mexico, yeah, it would be insane to imagine that the U.S., just because they can take them over without risking their own lives, would suddenly take over Mexico and Canada. That would be absolutely batshit insane. But would the like U.S. people, U.S. administration, etc., would they balk at sending like a couple drones and a couple robots, kill a bunch of people who are enemies of the state in Africa or in the Middle East? Probably not. The calculation there would be completely different than when it comes to Canada and Mexico, and that's at some point that's just like a literal proximity effect. It's not. And obviously that Mexico and Canada are, really close to the U.S. and all those other factors. But if we're talking about norms, there is like the human norm of the proximity effect,
You're
right?
talking about a drastic change in calculus. You see, even if we were to, like taking your example of, there's this insurgency or there's this terrorist group that's out in some African country, we would probably already send in our own people, regardless if we had drones or mechanized infantrymen or not.
Yeah.
So that's not an insane change in calculus. That's actually quite reasonable if we are taking the current logic of the state reasonable.
Yeah, I agree, and that's also why it's hard to like. What I was saying earlier before you hopped in voice chat is that it would also be really hard, even looking at the like full data and of the past couple of years, to really derive any trend from it, because like you're saying, it's not like the U.S. wouldn't have intervened in the conflicts it's intervened in if it had to send in manned jets instead of like unmanned vehicles, right? It still would have done what it did.
Okay, but I don't think you're getting what you just said and what I just said,
What do you mean?
which is that in the case that we do have mechanized infantrymen, it wouldn't really change much.
I get that you believe that, and like, look, seriously, I think the main thing you told me that might really change my mind to not even taking the. Okay, also to be fair, I don't know how like the impression you got from watching me talk about this. I put this out as an idea, a hypothesis, not like I strongly believe in this. More like
I know that.
okay, okay, cool. Just making sure. But definitely, I think what you said about the trends in approval in war approval being more dependent on victory than actual loss of life. I think that's like the game changer for my opinion on this. Like that's like, okay, data driven. That's very convincing to me, because the approval is the main thing I believe in, would be the paradigm shift in having automated units in war. So yeah, if that's not even an issue, if the only issue is whether you're winning or not, then it doesn't matter, of course.
Sure, all right, but then like that still doesn't accomplish what I want to. Like you're not getting what I'm saying.
It does convince me. It does
Okay,
make me change my mind.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So, two reasons why I am like so pissed off right now is that one, it's not that I believe that you believe in this like hypothetical or this hypothesis, right? That's the word. Okay.
Yeah.
It's that you're giving it way too much credit that it deserves. Like you're fence sitting, but like really at best you should be like 70-30 against it.
Hey, and look, like I said, you gave me a really good argument, and I still want to read it because I find that interesting, and yeah, that basically breaks down most of why I'm charitable to that idea.
Okay.
You've changed my mind, dude.
Sure.
You did it.
Not yet. But and this relates to the second reason as to why I'm pissed off. Okay, is that you still think like on a singular factor when it comes to these things? Like, how could you at the same time say, "Oh, there are multiple factors," but you only isolate on one?
Because that's the factor. Okay, it's not that I isolate on that one factor. It's not like I think that this one factor is going to change the whole the whole way international relations work,
but that's
etc.
exactly what the hypothesis is saying.
Okay, fair enough. I phrased it poorly. What I see the hypothesis as, and the reason why I focus on this factor is that it would the hypothesis is that it would eliminate the approval cost part of the decision making for engaging in conflict.
But okay, do you just have a fundamental belief that approval cost is like a big deal?
I don't think it's. Oh yeah, I definitely think it's probably one of the lesser factors, as in it's probably not in the top three, right? Like,
but isn't that
economics.
a huge assumption to make? Like
What?
It is necessary to believe that approval cost is a huge deal in order for the hypothesis to work.
It doesn't have to be a huge deal. It even just has
Yeah,
to be like,
absolutely.
if it even if it's only no, let me finish. Even if it's only 10% of the decision making, that would still mean that on the long term that would be 10% more engaging in conflict, right? Even 10% would still be a lot. Like this, if we put it in like quantitative.
No. 10%. Oh wait, eliminate 10% of the decision making doesn't equal there's like a 10% increase in conflict.
Well, if it's 10% of the decision making, that's what it implies. Yeah.
No, that's assuming that we need like plus or minus 10% in order to go over the threshold that is needed in order to engage in conflict.
Sure. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. That's assuming that the decisions come often enough and at the various levels of value where there will be it assumes an equal distribution of the decisions to make. You're right. That is a
Which is, like,
fallacious
and then
thinking.
Assuming that is incredibly stupid.
No, and you're right. You're right to call me out on that. Yeah, that's fallacious thinking. The distribution will not be equal of all the decisions to go into conflict. I agree.
Okay, so I want to go back to it then. Like,
Mhm.
still assuming that that is the case, but because like most people, if I had to imagine, most people who believe in this hypothesis are like, oh, approval rating, like that has to be like huge percentages. It has to be. In their minds, it has to be. Because
Yeah.
if it wasn't, then the hypothesis wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay, thank God. That's just plain wrong. Thank fucking God. All right.
All right.
That's what was driving me nuts.
All right. Fair enough.
So, hey, all right. Another thing that I want to say before I leave
Yep.
is that, like, hey, I might come in like high energy, maybe pissed off,
Mhm.
and like confrontational, but I hope I at least prove that this time there was a good fucking reason.
Hey,
The shit that you were saying was driving me insane.
I don't mind it. I'll play into it. I'll yell at you too. But it's all in good fun. I don't.
Thank God. Okay.
It's all good.
All right. Bye bye.
All right, love you. Thanks for the talk.
Yeah. Love you too. Bye.
See you. All right, approval is irrelevant when there are no other options. That's true as well. Yeah, that's true as well. If you don't have if you don't have a choice, then what doesn't matter that the war isn't popular. When the automatons hit the shores, you have to nuke, right? Yes, nuke from orbit. All right, finally, we can get to the real purpose of this stream. No, but I'm yeah, I definitely have to review my opinion on the. Wait, let me change the stream title. Definitely have to review my opinion on the fact of the matter. Yeah, automation probably way less way less important than I thought it was. Oops. Oh fuck. Oh, god damn it. I am struggling with changing the titles. Most technologically capable streamer. Software developer, by the way. Okay. Valorant. I need to get back to Diamond 2, okay? That's the real struggle here. Any update on France stuff? Any progress? Well, okay, we can let me. The only thing we're waiting for when it comes to the France retirement age stuff is the counter law proposal from the opposition parties. Let me look it up real quick. I don't think the vote's this week anyways. But basically, since the retirement reform passed anyways, there is this party that proposed to pass a different law in order to like overrule the retirement reform law. Oh yeah, the vote of the 8th. Okay, so this is an article from the representative of the main union in France. Oh yeah, the Secretary General of the CGT, one of the biggest unions in France, estimates that the voting law proposal in order to stop the reform of the retirement age would be the big W for them. Basically, it would be the big change. Her expression is it would be a thunder strike, literally translated. So that's basically, politically speaking, that's the main recourse that's left to the French opposition, is to try to pass a law in order to overrule the law that Macron passed. It could pass, if I recall correctly. Let me take a look again at the where are we at in the National Assembly? I just look at the I just want to look at the fucking split by party. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let me see the. Yeah, there we go. So the government has 251 seats in the for the vote, and opposition has 326 seats. So if the far right parties, the RN, the LR, they made the LR is a weird dog. The LR is the Republican Party. They might actually vote with Macron. They might not. But basically, if the opposition truly unites behind this counter law proposal, then that would throw a big wrench in Macron's plans for reforming the retirement system. I don't know. I honestly don't know if they actually can. Typically, the lefty coalition, the NUPES, they have been they have really been struggling with forming an alliance with the far right for obvious reasons. The proposal this time, the counter proposal for the law, is from LIOT, the Liberty, Independence, Overseas and Territories Party or group. The dreaded center right. Yeah, they're basically like center right. Couldn't he Uno reverse it? Like, oh, I make a law to overrule your overrule law? He could, but that would politically pose a lot of problems for him. You have to realize the vote of no confidence, when Macron forced the reform through, the vote of no confidence failed by, what was it, 6 or 9 votes? I already forgot. If he had to try it again, he would have to go through a vote of no confidence again, and he would probably lose it. Like if a counter law proposal passes and he does a counter law proposal that would not pass the parliament, he would need to force it through, which means the parliament gets to do a vote of no confidence. He would have to dissolve his government if he doesn't get those 6 votes again. I bet Macron could whip votes. I don't know, man. It was really fucking close. Like, it was way too close. I think if he tries it again on the specific subject, especially if it's in opposition to a democratically passed law that passed the approval of all the opposition, it might not fly. Because the only reason he's still in government is because members of the opposition decided not to dissolve the government in response to him forcing the law through. They considered the stability of the government more important than this one singular law. But now if Macron shows disdain to the law that they are voting through, to the lawmaking process by doing a counter proposal and forcing it through, I think that could motivate a lot of the opposition a lot of the opposition lawmakers to just be like, hey, no, this is over. This is over. We're like, you're basically you're not respecting the institutions where the legislative body is the one that is supposed to pass the laws, because that's what's happening. It's basically like an executive order, except it's an executive order that's written into law. He's capable of using this specific legal text of forcing through a law and without approval of the legislative bodies. It would be a huge overstep to then overrule a law that passed the legislative body by doing this. It would be crazy, I think. It being close was a slap on the wrist that Macron wanted the public to see him get. It legitimized him rather than reprimanding him. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. On the contrary, it didn't legitimize him. The people, obviously this is just anecdotal. I haven't looked at polling data, but the people, the people I've discussed this with, who I don't know anyone who sees it as legitimizing his government or his decision. The fact that it was so close, on the contrary, people see it as a sign of fragility, as a sign of how fragile this situation is for him. So yeah, no, I'm gonna have to disagree with that assessment personally. That being said, maybe he can whip votes. Maybe he can whip votes, theoretically speaking. Maybe he didn't whip votes this time, so he has some leeway for a second forcing through. I personally doubt it then. Though, when is the next election in France? Presidential election in 2027. There are some elections coming up right now, notably European elections, which no one votes for that in France. And there's huge levels of abstention from that. France elections. What are the dates for the next elections? 2024 European elections, 2026 municipal elections, and then 2027 presidential and legislative. All right. Yeah, I don't know. When's the vote actually going to be for this law? Oh, the 8th of June. That's in... that's in the month. Yeah. In the vote... Okay, so the vote for the counter proposal is going to be on the 8th of June. Interesting. Well, we will see what happens by then. That's over a month. All right. I am going to play Valorant. Oh, yo, I need to contact, if he passed easily, I think it would be worse. I don't think it would change the IDMDO PDF. Okay, thanks. Perfect. Thank you, Chao. I can't wait for the counter build that's going to pass in 4 months. Yeah, that's what I'd be afraid of as well in that situation. Oh, it's him again. God damn it. He literally respawned right in front of me. Oh yeah, I want to change my crosshair actually.
Dominating.
0 and thickness. Let's go with 2. Okay, I think I like this. Oh, let's go with lower on the top. And then the color. Let's change the color. Yellow, green. Oh yeah, this is sexy. Oh, a bit too long on the sides though. Nice.
Dominating.
I like this. Oh, and a bit less opacity. Where is it? Nice.
But like, why can't we just hug
I can't
it
wait.
out?
At that point, government has no legitimacy anymore. If he does overrule it, we'll have to see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Let's get it.
I feel like that would be a huge... Oh, wait. This is too much, actually. Oh, because it's got the... Oh, right. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Ow. I have to get used to this, though. I honestly don't think he will do the... do, like, the overrule of the overrule. That would be crazy. But he definitely will, I guess he might. I don't know. I actually don't know at this point.
And you're done.
Fuck. The situation already is so crazy. have you seen yesterday's stream skits with the like the Molotov cocktails being thrown at the cops and stuff?
Nice.
We went over everything that like happened in the protests yesterday. No, but I saw videos of it. It's some crazy shit, yeah. We've never seen such violent like protests yet.
Cállate.
Y'all had a revolution, sir. Okay, sure. Not as violent as the revolution. Fair enough. It's not guillotine levels of violence. But for like the Fifth Republic, we weren't alive for them. Probably happened though. Yeah, true. Actually, May '68 were really fucking violent as well.
Gotcha.
And I'm even as far as like the repression goes, the protests against the war in Algeria, they had the revolution, Peplau. Okay, several of them. True.
Dominating.
When there was the war in Algeria, there actually were a bunch of Algerians drowned in the Seine by the police. One of the like worst atrocities that the police did here in France, historically speaking. And like the protests back then were cool. People had a reason to be pissed. Oh god, no. Don't double peek me, daddy. Shit. Jesus Christ, this guy was waiting for me, I think. What a nerd.
Dominating.
Oof, my spray.
Ten kills remaining.
10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. Yeah, Fortnite, let's go down. I love Fortnite. I wish I played Fortnite. Imagine all the Zoomers who would be watching the stream right now. Sheesh. You can always start. You can't do this to me. Wait, what do you mean?
Cornball.
Another song stuck in my head, thanks.
I'll take it.
Just for you. For you. Ow.
See ya.
Hey, I'm watching you got one Zoomer, true. Are you actually a Zoomer?
Sit
Oof,
down. 5 kills remaining.
Ow. I don't know if do you have your Zoomer pass? Oh, I aimed too high. I was born in 2000, so yes. Oh, nice. Shit. I'm still going, I'm only human.
1 kill remaining.
I'm only human. I'm a Gen Zer. Sheesh. I feel like I remember a protest that led to an empire. Wait, what are you thinking about, Skits? Now I have that song stuck in my head. I'm only human. I tried to find the original recording of the Twitch ad, the one that got the song stuck in all our heads. I can't go to Yemen. I'm an analyst. And you can't actually. I wasn't able to actually find the original ad. I could only find the like Amazon Prime trailer, which doesn't it doesn't have that specific moment. It has the same song, it has the same scenes, but they're not at the same time. I think when he says I can't go to Yemen, it's like still in the verse of the song. It's not at the I'm only human, so it doesn't really work. Hello, team. Would I send a robotic analyst to Yemen? I think.
Hello.
I think if I had access to a robotic analyst,
How are you today?
I would be much more likely to send it to Yemen than if it was a human being. Absolutely. Are you still here, Chow? Haven. What are we playing on Haven? I'm gonna play Sage.
I am both shield and sword.
What if the robot could suck your dick? Oh, then no, then I would need to keep it preciously in my sex dungeon, obviously. Can't be risking my precious robot's life. Is someone dodging on the enemy team? What's going on? Oh, never mind. What they got? Raze, Jett, Viper, Omen, Sova. Huh. Viper's gonna be a pain in the ass, actually. Maybe I could have played Viper. Oh well. All right. Oh, you know what? There's an agent in Valorant that's automated. KO. Are the games more toxic when you have an automated agent on the team or not? That would be very, very relevant to the discussion I had with Chow. We deserve to know. I think I'm gonna go full utility. I like going full utility on pistol round with Sage. I think it's actually really, really powerful. I have to look at the stats and see which agents the most toxic players play. Yeah, I would be really interested in those stats, actually. Oh no, Nep, did you find it?
Enemy spotted A.
I can't go short. Oh, is someone? We need people going short though.
Can you message?
Healing.
Yeah, of course.
Reloading.
Guys, we need to clear short if we're gonna take the site.
Yeah, okay, come with you.
Enemy spotted A.
Let me
Rotate, guys.
Yeah, let's rotate. Let's go. Let's go.
Heal, Sage.
It's over. It's 25 seconds.
Okay.
I kill Jett.
I need heal as well.
Yeah, I know everyone needs heals, but it is what it is.
Wall raised.
There's a hole in the wall. Watch out. You can shoot through it. I'm playing for long.
It's not over.
Heal up in 2, 1. Gonna heal you, Sova.
Healing you.
Right here.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Good job. A backside.
Last enemy taken out.
Nice.
That's the
Oh,
way.
I could have gotten the sheriff. It's okay. Yo, good round, everyone. Raised it a lot.
Can I play Vandal or maybe Jett?
What?
What?
I play ouais, j'étais pas concentré, les refs, désolé.
Иди нахуй, сука, блядь. Нахуй.
Sova, I'm gonna boost us over, okay?
Take flight.
Wall raised.
Oh, les putes.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Bien joué.
I'm playing with French people. Sheesh.
Ah, mais on est. Avec Brimstone, on est français.
Ah ouais, moi je suis français aussi.
Baguette.
Mais. Sage,
apparemment Sage, Sage apparemment il est pas français.
Oui,
Ici,
camembert.
Il a dit bien joué. C'est
Ouais,
enculé.
il y a du baguette aussi.
J'aime la boîte à camembert. L'odeur, c'est bon. I'm just trolling them.
Espèce de haineux.
Sage, good boost with wall.
Yes, except you were droning. I could have killed you there. I'm sorry.
Reload.
Oh, I think they know we're here. Oh.
Reloading.
Yo, I'm gonna give you the bomb. I'm gonna watch flank, and I'm gonna heal you too. Oh yeah, flank. Fucking you.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, l'enculé, mais comment il pille.
Wait, how did that sketch you actually go? Well, it went well.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Bad movement there.
Flawless.
It went well. We filmed. We've got 2 full episodes filmed right now. I think the episode 3 and episode 5, something like that. And we need to.
I'm saving.
We
Maybe
need
go
to
also site. See.
Caution here.
film the rest. Well, I don't know when we will do that.
Need a drop.
When the plans are for that, but
You echo?
yeah, let's
Ouais,
get half
Echo.
armor.
Forward.
Sova, toi, tu peux acheter par contre, t'as l'argent.
Ouais, mais en vrai, autant pas faire dessous.
Again.
On peut y aller avec le drone,
Ça
non?
va être
Ah,
ruiné.
allons-y.
Spike down C.
Faster.
Last player standing.
Wesh. Ah, mais c'est pas. Dommage.
Good eco.
Par contre, c'est quoi ce nom, Sova là? C'est qu'ici ça respecte Ronaldo comme sa mère.
Quoi?
C'est quoi ce blaze
That
là?
was a good eco.
À quoi?
I'm gonna lurk, cause
Y'a quoi?
Espèce de rageux.
this Jett's like
Non,
pushing
je
mid
suis pas
everyone
rageux.
or
Je suis fan de CR7,
in flank.
mais je suis
us.
gros.
Ah ouais. Ah.
Ouh, bah je me suis appelé Ronaldo.
Yeah, I'll let you
J'avoue,
know.
t'as la voix d'un gros
Alors,
un peu.
I'll let
Alors
you
moi,
know,
rageux de CR7,
when we publish
C'est
the
que nous on lui
episodes.
suce la bite avec
so you
Brimstone.
can go
c'est mal
watch
de me
them.
connaître.
Tip the
Bah, je lui suis aussi la bite, si ça.
On devrait jouer un peu plus lentement parce qu'il y a Jett qui arrête pas de flank, qui se prend pour un taré. Je pense qu'on peut avoir. Oh putain, un Jett avec un op en garage. Oh. That's a
Je peux prendre
trade
l'ordre.
for us actually.
bomb buddy out. Reloading. My ult ready.
Allez, c'est quoi ces cousins? Yep.
Ok,
I'll
y'a
try to
Omen
brush
et
up on
Rave.
my non-existent French. We'll do like subtitles,
Un
you
niveau
know.
retard parce que là ils sont tous sur site.
We can do subtitles.
Là, ça va bien.
Attention, Jett peut-être lurk mid ou quelque chose comme ça avec son AWP.
Reloading.
Subtitles, Pog. And I'd love to ask them to do
Je pense que le
subtitles.
jeu
I
la
don't know
langue,
if we
c'est
will
frère,
be
elle
able
va
to.
baiser.
Oh, there you go. Jett with the op.
Get out of
Balance
my
du son
way.
versus le bolos et les tirs. Gros balance du son.
Non!
You're asking me to play music. Okay.
Last player
Oh
standing.
l'enculé. 74.
I don't usually listen to music when playing competitive shooters. What is he doing? Ah, augmente-toi de 40%. Ah, okay, okay. It's the volume. Okay. Sure, I'll lower game volume for you. There you go. On peut force. Et si je prends une orbe, je peux raise. Et on peut...
Go wake up là. En chill. Parce qu'il faut mettre le plus de manches possible en attaque.
Yeah, the thing is, Sophie's gone to sleep, so I'm trying not to yell. I'm not talking like very loud.
Welcome to my world.
So yeah. That's why.
Il y a un mec corner genre juste à gauche.
Je vais faire le boost.
Spike down A.
J'ai mis 147 au main.
I want my ISMR. Yeah, it's 11 for me. Fuck. Ok, c'était peut-être une mauvaise idée de refaire le boost.
147 frère.
Let's go push mid en vrai.
Ok.
Bon là on est co mais...
I'll push mid.
Peut-être je fake A avec Brimstone et vous allez B. Ça pourrait être pas mal en vrai.
Allez.
On va passer par ici parce que on sait jamais la Jett elle va mid avec son OP.
Ouais.
Shift.
Enemy spotted. Scanning ahead. Nowhere to run.
Oh.
T'as duel stage?
Yep.
Enemy spotted C.
Si vous arrivez à le fumer, reste Jett.
Your duty is not over.
Allez.
Cool.
Juste Jett, can you open?
Nice.
Nice, bien vu.
Go aussi.
Les gars, vous avez l'avantage.
Mid.
C'est un wall.
Oh, one on C, backside.
Spike down C.
Laissez ça.
Last player standing.
C'est la Jett.
It's okay. Still decent eco, I guess. Oh no, because I spent my money. No, I still have money. Okay.
I am by your side.
Yeah, I can still do the... I'll up my gain a little bit. Just so you can hear me properly. There you go.
Reloading.
Ça sert à rien donc si je pense. Hein. Putain, on n'arrive pas à gagner une manche à grande.
Ouais.
Yeah, we're not winning right now. That's for sure.
Ah mais la pute, mais il se met sur la box.
Enemy spotted B.
No one's pushing from A. Ooh, nice. On va push un peu A.
Ouais.
Push B hein, peut-être.
Mais Jett, stop stay on mid, man. You need to open A.
Enemy spotted B.
Mes frères.
Fire in the hole. Wall raised.
Je prends pas. Nice.
Light planted.
Sova getting the kill there is huge. Oh, Sova
Dommage.
dying there is
Mais vas-y la
not
Jett,
huge.
frère, qu'est-ce qu'elle fait?
One heaven.
Yep.
Last
One
player.
Oh, one on site. Fuck. Oh,
Open up the sky.
oh, nice try. Damn. I didn't realize he crossed the... Fuck. I was throwing utility and not paying attention. I thought the Brim was gonna watch my back too, but...
Things to do.
Aye. What are we gonna do? I don't like the force here, but...
There.
Need equipment.
Yeah, I don't think we have much of an option, actually.
Thanks.
I have the spike.
Super cool.
Spike down A.
Depuis qu'elle a son OP, elle est cassée.
Our spike's down.
Non mais vas-y.
Smoke's down. Got the spike. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
God damn it. We're not doing well. And they save the op, obviously.
Check. Charges? Check.
Genre, d'un seul coup, elle va A alors que tout à l'heure elle était C, elle campait là-bas. C'est juste.
He's like, why is she where we're
Go,
going?
aller A, frère. À chaque fois, on change de site quand on se fait trop le cul.
She's stream sniping, obviously. Obvious
Just
stream
some
sniper.
spy place.
Let's go.
Tu vois, c'était sûr qu'elle avait pas aller A.
One dead.
Launching smoke.
Jett, go A, please. Come on, guys.
Watching here. Satchel out.
Personne short. Vas-y, plante.
Barrier created.
Reloading.
What the fuck, man? You sleeping?
Light planted.
Volley.
One heaven.
Satchel out.
Mais vas-y, comment est-ce
Successful. Last player standing. One
Oh,
enemy
no.
remaining.
Oh no. Should have just waited. He heard her step too. I fucked up. I should have just stayed on the bomb, honestly. Should have just stayed sitting on the bomb.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Aye. At least we got the plant. I mean, if we win the last 2 rounds, we're not in the worst situation.
Ready.
This Sova is so annoying, not gonna lie. Yeah.
Got the
I'm not reading chat.
Welcome to my world.
Reloading.
Okay.
Eddie.
Nice.
En fait, je peux pas open tout seul, genre.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Okay.
T'arrives ici, les trois.
Fuck, that almost killed me. One heaven. What the fuck is Raze
Ouais,
doing?
mais ton.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. How is my day? Doing good, doing good. How's your day, Kiyoshi? How are you doing? Self-heal, of course.
Last round before the switch.
If you saved, spend it.
Just trying to get back to Diamond 2. I D-ranked, what was it, yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? I'm on, can I see my... No, I can't see my career. I'm on a small loss streak here. I hope to win this game. Oh god, this guy's so dumb. He's like fucking arguing for hours.
Deploying drone.
You fought well.
Reloading.
Your duty is not over.
Eddie, soldier.
What the fuck the raise? I know.
Okay, good job.
I know. I'm Ascendant, easy. Oh, you got
Switching sides.
to Ascendant? Oh fuck.
Anyone have any splints?
Dude, I'm actually mad. I'm mad you got to Ascendant before me. Go queue some more with me, okay? I'm gonna get you to D rank.
Bon, les gars. Maintenant on arrache.
Been working for almost 3 hours on homework. Nice. What kind of homework? Played
Raise.
3 to 4 games and got to Ascendant. Nice. Congratulations.
Ouais, ouais.
Bon, Raise, on se... Choco. On se motive.
Oh god, he's so cringe.
Tighten our defenses.
I hate it when people think that like improving team morale
Barrier created.
is gonna be about I probably should have kept my wall. It's okay. Oh no. Nothing's okay. Oh, wait, it is okay. It's perfectly okay.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
T'avais le spike ou pas?
Wait, on a a spike.
Long.
Spike spotted A.
Last player standing.
Le Jett.
Plutôt dans le corner à gauche. Non.
Bien vu. T'as carré là.
Je sais pas ce qu'elle fait Jett, la vie de ma mère, je ne sais pas ce qu'elle fait Jett.
Yo, chill.
What must be done?
Team morale means scream and being annoying and yell at each other. Yeah, I know. Yeah, let me put a marker. That was a sick round actually. Almost all headshots too. Now I'm gonna go Spectre. In German, need to characterize someone. Okay.
This is gonna be fun.
Classic clutch. Yep. Classic yo-yo.
Wall raised.
I feel like I'm actually pretty good with pistols, honestly. Oh, fuck. They're breaking wall in garage.
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain
Yo.
and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the raid, Beatnik Breakfast. Appreciate it. Party of 2.
One enemy
Two's a
remaining.
party indeed.
Spike down C. Flawless.
Spike spotted C. Gone here.
Nice. Perfect round. Ayo.
Bad guys.
How are you doing? What were you playing? Here, let me do a shout out. SO Beatnik Breakfast. What were you playing? Just chatting. Oh, interesting. What kind of just chatting content? Alright, we play bonus off of
Bien joué les
this.
gars, en fait. Au départ, félicitations.
You know what he just said in French? He said, "Well played, guys. I didn't congratulate you." I'm like, dude,
Long.
I don't need your congratulations, okay? Oh fuck! I had the timing to like do a play there, but I
Spike planted. Last player
Oh
standing.
no, if he just reset his spray. Okay, gotta at least one more kill.
Scanning ahead.
Ah, nice try. Beatnik Breakfast, do you play Valorant? What's up?
What will it be this time?
What brought you here?
Patterns emerged yet.
I think half armor.
Ok, il va jouer. Ok.
Phantom is the play here.
On va le laisser.
Half armor Phantom, then I can wall. Get the hell out of here after the wall.
Wall raised.
Oh no,
Ouais, probablement sur moi.
doesn't matter. Just bought the whole bundle, not flex. Oh shit.
Good job.
Do we have bomb?
Il est français, Brimson.
Ouais, je t'avoue, je stream en anglais en même temps, donc j'alterne j'alterne les deux, et du coup je parle en
On
anglais.
a le spike au milieu de la longue.
J'arrive. Oh, short. Nice.
Joué, les gars. Bon, là, je pense qu'il y a quelqu'un qui va devoir venir en C avec moi parce que la C, elle a bien marché pour lui. À moi, il va recommencer.
C'est vrai. Yeah, they
Ouais,
might
tu
just
m'achètes?
do a full C rush
Ouais.
again.
Y'a rien.
I need to not mess up the wall.
Maybe, oh, Jett,
Let's turn it a
I
little
think, next time Sage wall mid and Jett come long C with the sniper.
bit. Okay.
After.
Barrier created.
One mid.
One long. Okay, two long, Omen and Wraith.
Oh fuck.
Bien joué. I need heal, j'ai besoin de heal, Sage.
For you.
Ah oui. Je vais A. Peut-être B maintenant.
Viper. Oh, stuff on B. I'm backing off. Smokes on B.
Ok, j'ai mis 80 Viper.
Ah, fuck. I gave him a gun too. That's really bad. Raze's flank is good here.
Ils vont C, je pense. Why entry with this? Oh, mais. Chief.
Je m'appelle Kiyoshi. Merci beaucoup. Bonsoir,
Lancy.
bonjour.
Now.
Last player standing.
Oh, qui se rend.
Spike planted.
They're both 1 HP normally.
Stim beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Launching smoke. Molly.
Oh, nice. He's using an op. He's an idiot.
Nice.
Clutch.
Oh, la pression.
Yeah, we've been working on some content for the Discord. Just had our huge presentation for Precious Plastics
pression de la
at high school yesterday. Nice, that's awesome.
Moi, j'ai.
Oh yeah, let me know when we can talk for
C'est de la
the
faute de la Jett et la pique aussi.
for the
Mais
Discord
sache
stuff.
que la Jett, elle a voulu rentrer sur B dans une smoke avec le sniper en main.
Been busy with
Ouais, c'est bien chill, hein, mais...
with some like vet stuff today and
Voilà, quoi.
other memes, but I'll be available for Discord memes. Oh yeah, for those unfamiliar, Scoopster is wants to create a healthy masculinity support group, and I want to be part of that. So I'm gonna. Oh, I think we have a. No, we don't.
Oui. Non, ouais, pêche pas. 3v3.
Omen's in front of garage. Link, I want to be healthy and masculine.
Italien.
Sure. We're still preparing the Discord for the meetings. We're still preparing for the support group meetings, but
Tu bats les revives, hein.
ouais, ça je vais le faire.
One enemy remaining.
Non,
down.
je
Revive là, t'es bien, t'es bien.
Your duty is not
je
over.
prends le Omen.
Thank you.
Spike planted.
J'aurais peut-être dû attendre qu'il plante.
Je m'arrive
Stim
vite.
beacon here.
On y va ensemble. Il est proche. Bien joué. Yeah, well, fine. Yeah, I'll promote it and link it to everyone once the Discord's ready. We're still setting up like the mission statement, the scheduling. We've hashed out most of like the specifics of how the support group's gonna go, but everyone's, you know,
La Jett là, elle peut pas aider étant donné qu'elle doit push.
all of you is gonna be invited, and you'll be welcome to come join it. Why am I talking so softly? Is Sophie in bed? Yes, she is. She absolutely is in bed. Is the support group like a healthy gamer equivalent? I don't know how healthy gamer works. The idea is more like being able to, I don't know. I don't know. You're asking me to compare it to something that I'm not familiar with, so.
Welcome to my world.
Okay. What the fuck?
Spike planted.
Stim beacon down.
Yo, that Jett's wacky.
Right here. Enemy spotted C.
Enemy spotted C. Fire in the hole.
Oh no, that got me.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted C.
Does Sophie
Je
get
mets ça,
angry when I
ça.
wake her up? I think I think everyone gets angry when
Mis ça.
they get woken up.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Je fais la mid diffuse. No.
Je mets 120 frère.
Did they ult at you through the smoke? Well, the Jett pushed the smoke with her ult and threw knives at me. I got killed by the Raze ult. I thought she was going to kill the Jett, not me, but that's why I went to hide behind the box. It's hard doing multiple action projects at the same time. The plastic stuff is really taking off recently, but I'm committed to balancing both. Yo, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that shit's working out too. I think I'll ask for a Guardian. For Brim, tu peux me drop?
Thank you.
Merci.
Barrier clear.
Beaucoup d'action mid.
Fais gaffe à la longue, Sage.
Ok, je regarde plus garage. Longue, y'a rien.
Y'a rien?
Ouais.
One garage.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Oh, on site. Oh, ouais.
T'as vu?
T'es sûr qu'il était long, tu vois pas?
Ouais, mais
Se cacher au moment où t'as pique ou quoi?
c'est ça.
Petit coin, là.
Need equipment.
Alright, need a drop.
Someone get this. Thanks. Thank you.
Nice. By the way, I can mod for you if you need anyone. Sure, I trust you. I see you have no mod. Yeah, there's no mod online right now. I do have a couple mods. Honestly, it's mostly during like political conversations that it's important to have someone to moderate, because you know people get wacky when.
Nice.
Jett. People get wacky when it comes to political discussions. Usually when gaming, I don't really have. It's not really a big problem. I over-rotated.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Stay A, stay A pour le moment. Ouais.
Ouais, il y a Rice qui arrive aussi. C'est du P, je pense. Grave moyen.
One enemy remaining.
Side shot. Sheesh.
Nice, good job, Jim.
Spike spotted mid. There.
Il me
My
fait taire le
power
Jett.
does not end. Ask for aid,
Je suis bien
and
content
you
qu'il
shall
me fait taire.
receive.
Yeah, it's funny that you ask, by the way, and that I'm like, yeah, I can give you mod. This Kino used to be modded, and I unmodded him when he like banned someone for fun who didn't deserve to be banned. I hate asking, huh? Oh.
Please, Jett, can you buy? Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Wall raised.
Non mais.
Adding abilities makes CSGO so much better. I know, right? I'd not ban command so far. I was just checking if my ban command will work.
Okay, go back, Jett, maybe.
I'm coming to Jett.
Oh no.
Can't go back, they're mid.
Ok, no problem, no problem. Long C.
Oh, c'est parfait. Laisse le plan.
Spike down, C.
Dommage.
Last player standing.
Well played.
Open up the sky.
Oh, that could have been beautiful.
Enemy remaining.
That could have been a beautiful play from Brim. Oh well.
Je voulais attendre, mais check.
Did I see the new CSGO update? Yeah. Are you playing on the Minecraft server with Michael? I wish. I wish I'd seen his speech on the Minecraft server live.
Un peu plus de manche au début, ce serait free.
That would have been sick.
Ok, ça va le faire.
Ouais, ouais.
That would have been content. Oh yeah, he wanted me to switch with the Jett. That's okay. It's too late now.
C'est pas nous, on se retrouve.
Wall raised.
They're not breaking my wall anymore. I should probably stop walling right away.
Au niveau de la
I don't think I moved from here. The situation. They faked A couple times, so we're just chilling now. I won't even give my brother a mod. Scoopster, do you even want to be a mod?
On est 140.
That's hilarious. That's fucking funny.
Y'a un mec long.
Oh, fuck me. I should have pre-fired it.
30 seconds left.
One
enemy
nice,
remaining.
nice. Nice.
Scanning field. All targets.
Oh, yeah, we'll let any normal person mod TBH, yeah.
Match point.
Can you add emotes as a mod? No, but I can. So what we can do, if you really want to, I can add you as an editor to my bettertwitch.tv emotes. So you can add emotes with the plugins. Emotes for the channel. The problem is I don't have enough subs, so I'm out of emote slots. I have like one animated emote slot, but I don't have 7TV is better though. Yeah, I got 7TV too. If you want, I can add you on 7TV.
Taking A probably.
2 mid.
It's echo for
Well, now they have a gun.
Get out of my way.
Oh, fuck! She got me through the wall too. Shit. 159 through the wall. Jesus Christ. That's crazy.
Ici.
Yeah, we're throwing this round. Hardcore. Nice. Huge play.
S'il replante, tu...
I'm too soy, TBH.
Je l'ai touché, Raze dans le coin à gauche.
Fils de pute.
Nice. On a spike, Tu peux chill.
Playtime, playtime.
If someone is rude and harmful, I will ban them. Is it easy to date in New York City?
Le Raze, je l'ai touché, je lui ai mis un coup, le Raze. Non, non, mets-toi dans le coin, mets-toi dans le coin.
Okay. I need to say something though. Scoopster is like super fucking hot, okay? He's like
C'est win les gars.
Non, garage, garage.
And I don't mean this in like I'm attracted to him, obviously not, he's my brother. But like he's like a really well taken care of, he's like a dude who really likes to take care of himself and knows how to like look good and all that stuff. So my understanding is his experience with dating, as far as like the initial approach goes, he usually does pretty well. At least when we've talked about it. I don't know, maybe I'm misrepresenting you, Skipster. I'm sorry. I'm putting you on the spot right here. Yeah, Kiyoshi, I can... Damn, thanks. It's true. Yeah, Kiyoshi, I can add you as an editor to like 7TV or BTTV. Right now, Magic Turtle is the only one who like cares to do that, so I already added him. Let me check something real quick. I don't want to be... I think it's okay if I continue streaming like this. I want to play another one, but add me as a streamer. I can stream for you too, KekW. There are some channels that work that way, right? Where it's a collective of like people, gamers, or content creators, or like creative people, and they share a channel. It can work. It's not a bad concept. We would need there would need to be a concept, but yeah, they switch off. Yeah, honestly, bro, can you put together a shopping list of clothes I should buy? What's your style, Kino? Hello, team.
Hello, guys. Oh, yeah. Yes, please play Cypher.
I thought Cypher was bad. I guess he gives a lot of map control on this map, though. What are we missing? We need, like, smokes. I think Harbor is good on this map. Fashion stream, please. That would be interesting. I don't feel like I'm good at fashion. I don't feel like I'm very knowledgeable, but I actually like fashion in a weird way. I'm like the blazer I wore on stream the other day. I had a lot of fun going to the shop, like trying out different blazers, getting it fitted, seeing how I look, seeing how like wearing a well-fitted blazer makes you feel like a fucking $150. Like you feel like now I'm someone special, you know? It's like a uniform. I like that, and I feel like that's kind of the point of fashion on like a positive side. Trends nowadays are just oversized clothes. That is true, which I also like. I like baggy clothes, but having a well-fitted like clothing on you, it's really a nice feeling. I don't really have a style. Mostly Echoes with light blue jeans or gray jeans. I buy a lot of Old Navy stuff. I see. My whole closet is baggy clothes. I don't know. I feel like if you want to stick with the like casual jean style, a way to like spice it up is getting some nice shirts. Because with the jeans you can get some really nice like you can play around with wearing some like really shirts with patterns, shirts with like different cuts, different patterns, stuff that not like formal shirts, I would say. Thoughts. Dester loose jogging pants. Oh, I love those. They're kind of like pajamas. I actually really like those. I like the style. I genuinely do. I would wear that. I rock those so hard. Nice. Oh.
Yeah. Destroy the bitch.
Spike
Oh, I couldn't destroy it.
Kids are here.
Backside. Nice. Killjoy's behind my wall.
Backside, more. Killjoy is backside.
Oh, she moved over to the backside? Okay.
One enemy remaining.
That's backside.
Last
Backside,
player
backside,
standing.
Minus 49.
Oh, nice try.
I call you guys.
Kind of Korean style vibes. I like. Yeah, totally. It's fairly easy to date in NYC. There are a ton of people who are open to meeting new
You
folks.
were with him?
The drawback is that's fast
What you
paced.
say
Everyone
to
is
me,
busy,
little boy?
so it's
I
hard.
call you Killjoy backside.
It's a hard place to have a relationship. Mm. What about something like this? Wait, I have 5 seconds to click it. Okay, I'll check it out after.
B.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I'm not walling. Okay, I'm walling.
Still in sight.
Me and you, Cypher, we got this.
I think they backed off.
Wait.
Oh no, they didn't.
Push, Kaio, push.
Fuck. One in the bubble.
Take my con. She's one, please. Cypher, change. Raises.
What's Cypher doing?
Last player standing.
Oh no.
Minus 100
Spike
raise.
planted.
Kids raise.
I could have gotten the race too. Shit.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not so first.
Stop force, Reina, baby.
Well, it was a good eco, at the very least. Not for me, it's unique though. Oh yeah, let me check it out. Need to enable JavaScript. Sweater polo, huh. I don't know if I would wear it, but looks really good for the summer. Oops. That looks really comfy for the summer. Scared of being flanked from mid, but...
Yeah.
Nice.
Be rotating, don't push.
Wave crashing. Keep your relic.
I'm going back to A.
Nothing.
Planting A.
Planting A.
Planting.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, close. Fuck.
78. One shot.
Two there.
One enemy remaining.
One more there. One more Jett
Oh,
there.
no. Backside.
One defuse.
One defuse.
Well played.
Spike defused.
He said nothing A and he's not even on site. I know. They literally walked up onto A and
Oh, he was 1 HP.
no comment. No comment, Kiyoshi, on that. It's fine. Reminds me of Guayabera. Oh, yeah, the thing Kino linked. Problem though is if I wear clothing that's too tight, then my girlfriend calls me a slut. That sounds... That's like said in a friendly way, right? She's not like saying you're a slut, she's saying you look like, you know, you look sexy.
You should run.
Okay, we have to play retake against this. It is what it is.
Cypher, you're gonna get caught, Cypher, right? One
It's
is
fine.
backside, Jett.
Spike planted.
What timing?
Fuck.
Jett is one. Jett is 1 HP. Jett is 1. 1 HP.
Okay, winnable.
My ult's not ready.
Yeah, it's flirting.
Maybe she's tower, watch out.
Teleport's ready.
Okay,
Maybe she's tower.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, she's
Last
tower.
player standing.
Nice. Well played.
Thanks.
Huge round.
Online, I believe I said tower twice, bro.
Yeah, bro, but
I'm talking to Cyber, not to you, Chamber. No, not to you, Chamber. I'm talking to Cyber.
Good job, boys. Good job. Very nice. Very cool.
Yes, very nice. Or like asking, why are you looking sexy? Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're not regularly dressing like that. He just said, fuck your mom in Arabic, lol. Oh god.
Cypher.
It's getting toxic in here.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't have money. He doesn't have money. He bought already, I guess. You can play with your own.
I see how it is.
Yeah, no problem.
Get out of my way!
No, It's it.
I love Harbor on this map. He's so good.
They are so dead. Throwing charge.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Cutting them.
Flooding them. Shields going up.
Jett is there too.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I shoot it. Okay, don't shoot.
One
Defuse,
enemy
defuse.
remaining.
Nice, good job. Nice one.
Well played.
Nice.
It's so easy, dude. Harbor is so strong. Oh, by the way, there's a new game that many people are playing and streaming it. It's getting really popular if you want to give it a try. Yeah, sure. What is it the new Star Wars game? I saw a lot of people streaming it.
People on.
They don't push mid. They never push mid.
A.
Wait, A? Oh, fuck. I got confused.
You move. Enemy mid.
One mid.
Reloading.
Oh, fuck. Why
One
did they
mid.
give up art, dude?
Spike planted.
What's going on? It's called Honkai Star Rail.
Teleport's ready.
Last player standing.
Similar to Genshin Impact, but a little bit different. Yeah, I saw some people play it. Maybe I'll try it out.
Before they even pull the trigger.
Maybe I'll try it out. I do wonder if I've missed out on Genshin
Chamber, if
Impact.
you saw maybe somebody, you can give info. Jett was like right in front of you. I didn't get it.
Oh no, they're gonna be yelling at each other by the end of the game. There's gonna be blood in this lobby.
It's B.
Nice, Reyna. Yo. Less nice, but it's okay. We can work with this.
Nice side. That's safe at hard.
Chamber, I'll play off your contact.
Pushing B.
Oh, they're pushing. I'm coming.
Planting box here.
Reloading.
Plant interrupted.
Yeah.
Close to you, chamber, close to you.
30 seconds left.
Oh my. Killed Zaya.
Don't die.
Don't pick, guys.
I shouldn't have peeked. That was my bad. I wish the wall stayed up like a couple more seconds, because those kills would have been free.
Play for KO contacts.
One enemy remaining.
Well played.
Thank you, Cypher. I love you, Cypher.
Thank you.
Nah, I just spent money on Genshin and I regret it. I hate how slow the game is with all the talking too. It's gacha. Yeah, what I heard is that you can play Genshin without spending money, and it's still a fun experience. I know some people who claim to have done it, so... Yo, Cypher, can you drop me?
I bought you already.
Yeah, thank you.
Request.
It's done, it's done. Is it B again? Nice. Oh, one mid. Watch out and connector from on B.
Close to your side.
The one time they don't go there.
Flash.
It's hard not to not spend money if you're too addicted to it. I see.
Take it safe.
Planting B.
Spike planted.
Rip.
One backside maybe.
Teleport's ready.
We saw you, buddy.
Last player standing.
Those are good. Those are good kills from the chamber. I did not play that well though.
But that choice was made.
We should half buy.
Why? Why would you have buy?
Cause Reyna doesn't have money, and
Yeah.
We all don't have.
Yeah.
Half buy.
Why should you half buy? Just press tab. You'll see why.
Wait for you.
Okay.
Get out of my way!
Someone is mid.
Nice.
Nice, shot bottom.
Oh my god, you're so good.
One enemy remaining.
Where?
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Nice,
Shit.
boys.
Well played.
Well, this suit is ruined. Here.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
All right. That was an eco. And a half.
Cypher, let me be, Cypher, go. No, you have set up for A?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to actually watch the mid now he realizes I over rotate B to like put up my wall. I can throw it from here as well. Yeah. I need to chill. Jett's there, okay.
Walls up.
Killjoy and Raze -4.
They could be rotating though.
It's A.
Sorry, was distracted, bot. No worries.
Water rising. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh.
Backside.
Oh my god, the Jett is so good.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Let me be.
I can drop.
I need this.
My thanks.
Can I try play B with my ult?
Do it. Oh, we're stacking B.
Yeah. I don't know what we're doing, bro.
I don't like this, but
Can I get purchase? Thank you.
Just
Win this
slide,
round.
just slide.
It's A.
Nice. One more.
nice.
Spike down B.
Spike down. Nice.
Okay, push. He took the spike.
Don't push, guy.
Oh, he took the spike. I wanted to
One
take
mid.
one.
I don't see.
Raina should have stayed there with me. They have the spike, yeah. I should have just stayed A. Once Raina wasn't pushing anymore.
Mid Killjoy.
Alright, steps A.
One
For you,
enemy
Raina.
remaining.
Nice. One more. Oh, nice try.
HE.
Yeah, no shit.
She's 2 shots. She's really 2 shots.
I'll play. Take a gun, chamber. You don't have a.
Last round in the half.
I have one.
That's okay, yeah.
Can someone spot me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Yes, mi amigo.
Nice.
Culo.
Yeah, let's go back to mid. I agree with Oyo, fashion-wise, super important to know what you feel comfortable with and like yourself wearing, so you don't get self-conscious when, yeah. For sure.
Maybe A.
Suggest you move.
100% A.
Ray's gonna ult. Okay, she's not gonna ult now.
You should run.
I have my ult for retake. Oh my god.
Nice right now.
Spike down A.
Minus 90 Rays.
Leave.
Rays low. She's 1 shot.
Sorry.
She's 1 shot.
remaining.
Well played.
I saw your secrets. They made you weak. Spike spotted A.
Switching sides.
Everyone's motor functions okay?
Anyone have sheriff skin?
Yes.
Can I have it, please?
I need this.
Dude just wasted his thing.
Thank
What's
you.
my rank right now? Diamond 2. Diamanta Secundo. Are we going B? Where are we going?
We are going mid.
Mid? Okay.
Mid B. I don't know if it's a good idea, but
Okay.
should. I flash. I think I can flash here, probably.
Okay.
Probably. I don't.
I like that flash, if you can pull it off.
Okay, go B with Reina.
Oh yeah, he's 100%.
100% flashed me.
Two mid.
Let's go A, let's go A,
way.
let's go A. We
Okay.
got to kill it.
One mid.
Yeah.
One maybe here.
Yeah, probably here. Okay, Killjoy is close. Smoke, can you smoke? Oh, you can.
Behind you, Arbor.
One art.
One mid.
It's all on your chamber.
My spray was so bad with frenzy. I should have reset my aim. I do so much better when I actually reset my aim. Like I stop shooting instead of spraying. One long.
He's fucking behind.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Shot. Playtime.
Don't need to
TP.
pick wood.
Nice.
Well played.
Knife fight. BM.
No.
Nice.
Nice. That was a good round. That was funny.
They are no match, though I cannot say I'm surprised.
Yeah, let's get Spectre. I mean, I can probably... Let's go Bulldog, actually. Let's go Bulldog.
Now roll over them.
I think long range, the Bulldog aim down sights is so good, actually. On anti-eco. What the fuck, you're playing Moot? Oh, that was bad.
Go rotate. Go rotate.
Water rising.
Here.
Okay, I'm rotating. Wait, am I?
Guys, we have a we have a spec. We have Phantom on mid. Sorry.
Wait. Wait, guys.
Can you cover me for the plant?
Nice.
I think someone's gonna push me. Never mind.
On side, raise.
One enemy remaining.
We have a Phantom.
He's 1 HP.
Well played.
Nice.
Can you check?
Sorry, my Phantom.
Check my garden. Check my garden. Check my
Wait.
garden.
Oh, sorry. I didn't find it. My bad. I didn't know where it was. I'm playing Neptune, the god of the sea.
I didn't know where I died.
Wait, I got Mouton on the... Oh, Casey Mouton. True.
It's okay if you give me.
I'm facing the Moot, the one and only. Yeah, looks like we were full buying.
Yeah.
Maybe we play slow, try to get picks. Yeah, I agree. Oh, nice. We're probably going to A, guys, so don't die.
Just go A. Go A.
Go away. I'll rotate. Go away.
There are 3 B. Raise and get on the There's just one A.
Probably Killjoy.
Spike planted.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, one is AFK. Even better.
Yeah.
Two here, two back.
Water rising.
Just come back.
It's for you, I know.
One enemy remaining.
Well played. If you got a 1 week free vacation solo, what would I go? What about with Sophie?
I can drop one.
Just 1 week? That's not a lot.
Thanks.
Harbor, can you buy for Rick?
Yeah, I can buy. Okay, ask for a drop.
Do you have Prime? Give me Reaver. You have Reaver, give me Reaver.
I don't have. I have Dragon.
I will find. Fuck no. Dragon is game. Yeah, okay, buy me again. Buy me again. Prime is better than Dragon.
Guy, you change. Guy, you change. Change, bro. Behind you.
3 weeks, I don't care. Japan. I really want to go visit Japan with Sophie.
Don't die.
That would be sick as fuck. Oh my god, Reyna's so good.
One enemy remaining.
What's the point of even playing?
Need us, bro.
A weeb. I know.
Flawless.
Nice.
Japan, oh, there's this thing we saw I would really love to do. They do those kinds of nature trips where we can go observe birds. We've looked into it. We could go for like a couple weeks to like Finland on like a hardcore camping expedition and just go see wildlife. That would be super cool. I would love to do that.
No. I flash you going. Wait. No. Nice to.
Behind the box, guy. Behind the box, guy.
Wait. Oh.
Too weird. They can't get you.
I'm coming to you. I think they heard me, sorry.
No problem, just smoke maybe and go.
That's fine, just fucking run. Run, motherfucker.
Maybe put your wall.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Nice try.
Torille. Wait, Torille? What does that mean? Oh, I headshot the Jets too. Damn. My girlfriend would love that. Maybe in northwestern Canada. That's my Finland. Yeah, that would be sick. I even, like one of the reasons why I bought this telescope for the shooting range, but it's also actually for bird watching, because Sophia really likes birds and I really like nature.
Enemy spotted B.
Wave crashing.
This is not good.
Reloading. Let's turn the tide. I suggest you move. No one walks away. Spike planted. Flash.
What's up, man?
Side one.
You should run.
Fuck.
Last player standing.
Hey, you stop fucking flash.
Blinded me, yeah. This flash actually fucked me up. I had it otherwise. That flash was so bad. Yeah. Like
Sorry, Harab,
the last one really. It's okay. The last flash was really bad. You saw like I managed to hide in the jet smoke, but meat shield. We have a large nature reserve specifically for birds, and there are trips like that, but I think those are often timed to coincide with migration patterns. True. We got a shit ton of nature preservation in general, to be honest, Papella. Yeah. I would love to go do that.
Insta rush, guys. Harbor smoke
Okay.
and let's rush.
Still in sight.
Flooding them.
Cutting their vision.
Oh.
I'm playing safe. Oh, probably dead.
Yeah, fuck my god.
It's planted though. Oh, it's worth. I died for our sins.
One may be behind.
Last player standing.
Just save.
been reading about genuine pretending and thinking how it relates to performativity theory. I think that if we're all
maybe we need just to like to fake. If we fake, we win. Stop.
Yeah.
Then let's
Maybe.
let's have
Fake B. Let's fake B.
Okay.
No, just fake B. Just let me fake B. Me and KO will fake B. One go mid.
Yeah, we need
one go mid.
Don't fake.
And Harbor and Chamber push A. Push deep A. Okay.
No, let me pick. Come with me there. Flash for me.
Okay, Cypher, you need to kill the rotations.
Okay.
Just wait.
Just play it
She's
slow.
dinked. She's dinked. Jett dinked. She have up.
Okay, let's wait here a bit.
Wait. Reina, go back.
Yeah, I'm just faking.
I think side is clear. I plant.
Yeah, go.
Nice.
It's on side.
Oh fuck, he's gonna get this fuse off.
Last player standing.
It's not planted for you, I think. Yeah, we lost. That's right. Oh, that's so bad. Good night, Kiyoshi.
Bragging rights if you get first pick.
So I like the idea that if we're all reinforcing performing our identity through language and behavior, then Zhuangzi's approach of pretending allows us to keep a distance from this performed self, not being dependent on it or how it is perceived by the world. I feel like that's connected to this philosophy video we watched yesterday. I wonder what you would think about it. This video was basically trying to explain Zizek's book, The Sublime Object of Ideology.
Still in sight.
Like this idea of performativity, it resonates with what I think Zizek calls ideology.
You made Harbor and raise.
Don't push.
Stay down. Ultimate ready.
Come B from spawn, please.
Come back. Cypher, we go B.
One's still mid.
Go take space.
Got ya.
One big.
Nice.
I have one.
30 seconds left.
Fuck, one B connector. Shit, some Lacan stuff? Yeah, I am. So basically, Zizek,
One enemy remaining.
Zizek is mostly inspired by, so the object, he's inspired by the Lacanian definition of the object. The Sublime, he's inspired by, what was it, Hegel, I think? On this Sublime, yeah, I think it was Hegel on the Sublime, and ideology is, he sees it through a Marxist lens. It's very interesting.
Cypher, do you have a bundle skin?
I think you'll get a lot more out of the video than I did, because of you actually studied those philosophers. I do agree that we shape our thinking with language. What's interesting is that, as much as that makes sense...
Just take space, not all push from one side, just take space.
Yeah. I do agree with that, but it's also just not the other way around. Yeah, not that language doesn't shape our thinking, right? Because it's shown to be false. Absolutely. There's a Killjoy turret on A. If we get them... Oh, nice. Okay, I can sneak into A.
Maybe one more.
Killjoy is A somewhere. Check. Okay, back.
One backside. Here we have A.
Jett is playing up right.
Wave crashing.
Raise on side, they're both.
To one side.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
Oh, fuck. Let's try.
High trolling, guys. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We still got a couple chances. Yeah, that was a bit of a troll round. If you repeat certain language over and over, you can normalize the meaning behind it for yourself. For instance, yeah. Fake A and go. Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Don't pick long B.
I'll fake with my smokes and stuff. They have to react to it.
Maybe chamber, please.
Cypher, go with them. Go with the rest of the team. So they want to fake A.
I don't have weapon.
Walls up.
I have a spike and don't weapon.
Harbor B.
Wave crashing.
Two on A side, Raze and Gecko. What is Cypher doing?
Come,
Cypher. Yo, Cypher, you're blocking the bomb. Like, you need to move.
Yeah, bro, move. You windows. Nice.
Chamber, can you push? Push spawn. He's tower.
Cage triggered. Here.
One's connector.
On B. Cypher, go.
One tower.
If Cypher hadn't waited 3 years there,
I planted the spike. I can do this all day.
Nice.
Bro, this plant is not.
You have ulti, by the way.
Yeah, but it's not gonna.
Yeah, true.
Bro, this plant is fair with everything.
Last player standing.
The plant
One
is
enemy remaining.
Oh,
GG.
Nice.
Attackers win.
Back to my workshop. Still much to be done.
Good game. Closer than it should have been, honestly. I'll check out the stream. I can just link you the video. I don't think I added much value with my commentary. A little bit, but... Here, let me find you the video. What was it? YouTube.com, Epoch Philosophy. Epoch Philosophy, Zizek. This video, The Sublime Object of Ideology. Really interesting stuff. I think you'll enjoy it. I feel, honestly, the reason... Oh yeah, sorry. The reason I'm like, don't even watch my stream, just watch the video, is I feel like I understood maybe like 20% of the video. And I'm already happy with that. I feel like I already got a lot out of this video. But like, I actually only understood 20%. It's like really fucking... it's like a bit it's like high level philosophy. Shit's always convoluted. No evidence for any form of linguistic determinism. Yeah, and I think Scripture knows that, but I think he means something different by that. He doesn't mean linguistic determinism, if I recall correctly. I think I've had this discussion with him already, and if I recall correctly, he meant something a bit different. Anyways, it's really late here. It's almost 1 a.m., so I'm gonna peace out. Thank you for watching, thank you for hanging out, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.